Chapter 3767. Long Chen turned back in shock. He realized that his reactions were terrifyingly slow. He had returned to the beginning, and only had the physical strength of a mortal. His body was frail and fatigued. What appeared in front of him at the stern of the ship was a fierce white tiger. Not counting its tail, it was more than 3 meters long, and its weight was almost 5 times that of Long Chen's. Its sharp claws and cold eyes made people feel the fear of death from the bottom of their hearts. Under normal circumstances, such a beast would have been like a speck of dust to Long Chen. But at this moment, it was a fatal threat. In the endless sea, a wooden boat, a man, and a fierce tiger, drifting in a mystical fashion. Huff, huff. Long Chen panted heavily, the hairs on his body standing on end. This feeling was exactly the same as when he had encountered a fierce tiger in the forest before he had started cultivating. Fierce tigers in the forest were the rulers of the mountains. Ordinary people would be eaten if they encountered one. So real. The appearance of the fierce white tiger made Long Chen forget that he was one of the 10 ancestor dragons. He forgot everything, and was completely immersed in this world. In his world, there was only the sea, one man, one boat, and one white tiger. Let me ask you. What do you think of this sea? The white tiger asked. Not as spectacular as you. Long Chen pushed to the back of the boat, gripping the railing. The fear that came from his bloodline made his body tremble. This was fear that he could not control. At this moment, he was really just a mortal. This is what I looked like in the beginning. To think that I, the heaven-devouring titanic beast, was just a tiger in the forest. Any body-tempering realm martial artist could kill me. On the ship, the white tiger stared at Long Chen with its bell-like eyes. It stared at its prey as it took strong and powerful steps. Its sharp claws scratched the template, leaving marks on it. In the infinite worlds, the stars were collapsing. Long Chen finally understood. This ability, one flower, one world. It allowed him and the heaven-devouring titanic beast to return to the beginning, when they had just been born, when they were at the lowest level of life. However, he was alone, and his opponent was a white tiger that was 5 times his weight. This was where the difference lay. Even if they were all dust, the white tiger would only be the bigger one. His starting point was slightly higher than Long Chen's. However, this was what he was relying on. The white tiger laughed and said, "Although we are both born from dust, I am a tiger, and you are just a weak person. Therefore, in this sea on this ship, I am afraid that you can only become my food." Long Chen was puzzled. I'm one of the 10 great ancestral dragons. Why am I not a dragon? If his starting point was a dragon, why would he need to be afraid of a tiger? It's a pity that you were the weakest mortal in the beginning. Otherwise, why would I nurture you? Let you rise from the bottom? That is because you are weaker than me in my one flower one world. It turned out that he already had a plan. In that case, it was possible that he had created a Long Qinglan in Long Chen's life. Damn it! Damn it! Long Chen already understood the situation. From the looks of it, if he died in battle, the probability of the 10,000 worlds being destroyed was 99%. The other party had planned for 100 million years. How could there be a mistake? Yes, there was no need to be that low. What he hated the most was that he had created Long Qinglan. Hatred, monstrous hatred. Hatred that was almost suffocating. Hatred that made Long Chen tremble. Hatred that made his eyes red. Hatred that made it hard for him to breathe. Anger. Extreme anger. It's over. The ferocious tiger suddenly pounced from between the wooden ships, and instantly, a bloody wind came. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Killing intent. You. Long Chen found it hard to imagine how he could defeat this ferocious beast. It was impossible. The ferocious beast pounced. He was at the bow and could not dodge. He could only rely on his experience to roll to the left. Crack. His knees hit the ship, bruising him. However, Long Chen's tears flowed. Another area in the 10,000 worlds was completely destroyed. Ah! The white tiger had a lot of experience preying on mortals. Long Chen's roll was nothing. Its sharp claws still pounced on Long Chen. In an instant, several bone-deep wounds appeared on Long Chen's shoulder. Fresh blood stained his shirt. It was a burning pain. Ah! It was so painful that he could not stand. At this time, the white tiger pounced again. If its huge body pressed down on Long Chen, It could bite off Long Chen's neck. Run! A fatal threat. Once he died, he would be completely destroyed. The white tiger's gaze was cold and merciless. There was no way out. Death awaited him. Long Chen rolled a few times, but he could not escape. Instead, the tiger inflicted more wounds on his body. If this continued, he would die even if he bled. It can't end like this. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today. I've given up everything. How can I die in his trap? Hate! 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 Long Chen roared. He was ferocious enough, but how could a human be compared to a tiger? Give up. Struggling will only make you look worse. The white tiger paused for a moment and revealed a cold smile. Chen, it's over. You're just my puppet. White tiger switched to Long Qinglan's tone and said, Puppet. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. How could his weak fists fight against this ferocious tiger? Whoosh! The tiger pounced again. This gust of wind and sharp claws directly threw Long Chen to the ground. The fierce tiger that weighed nearly 1,000 pounds slammed into him, instantly breaking his bones and causing his internal organs to bleed. His clothes were almost completely dyed red. Rip! The tiger pressed down on Long Chen and bit. Long Chen dodged with all his might. His neck was not bitten off, but a piece of flesh was torn off his shoulder. Even his scapula could be seen. Ah! Bone-piercing pain. His eyes were completely red. He had gone mad. Die! If he didn't act crazily, the next thing to be bitten off would be his neck, his life, and the 10,000 worlds would be destroyed. He stretched out his hand, and with a cautious sound, he picked up a wooden plank from the deck of the ship and fiercely stabbed it into the mouth of the ferocious tiger. Die! In the world of the ship, wooden planks could be used as a weapon. They were a part of the world. In the world of the world, a piece of wood was stripped out and stabbed towards the endless black vortex. Gotcha! The tiger bit through the wooden plank. In the world of the world, that piece of land was reduced to dust. Boom! Using this chance, Long Chen temporarily saved his life. He pushed the tiger away and stood up. His whole body was in pain. The ship was only so big. There was nowhere to hide. The only thing he could think of was to jump into the sea. That might be his way out. Gray Sea. He didn't know what this gray sea was. He climbed up the side of the ship like a madman. Just as he was about to jump, he heard the tiger's laughter behind him. Pah! Long Chen didn't jump. He crashed into the barrier and fell to the deck. That sea is outside the world of the world. You still want to escape? The tiger laughed heartily. With the threat of death, he pounced as Long Chen fell to the deck. This time, he pinned Long Chen to the ground, restraining his limbs. His huge head, saliva-dripping jaws, was on top of Long Chen's head. Chen there's no use in struggling. Grow to the limit and then create me. This is your destiny. The tiger was not in a hurry to crush Long Chen's head. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. You're not my father, so don't talk to me like that. Heaven-devouring titanic beast. Long Chen roared, struggling madly. But how could the flesh of a mortal compare to the strength of a tiger? Everything about you was created by me. Long Qinglan is me, and I am Long Qinglan. How can I not be your father? The tiger lowered his head, his razor-sharp teeth already resting on Long Chen's head. As long as he exerted strength, he could tear Long Chen's head off his body. Death was right before his eyes. Ha 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 ha. But at this time, Long Chen laughed maniacally. What are you laughing at? The tiger was about to kill him, but Long Chen's strangeness made him curious. Now that victory was in his grasp, he no longer doubted his victory. I'm laughing at you. You're too full of yourself. So you've neglected two things. Long Chen's bloodshot eyes stared at him, showing no fear of death. Two things. The tiger was shocked. You're trying to fool me? You're courting death. The huge jaws squeezed, teeth sinking into Long Chen's skull, bringing terrible pain. At this moment, Long Chen, who was in extreme pain, suddenly roared. Kitten! Do you still want to play this game? The tiger's expression changed drastically, as if something in the deepest part of his heart had been struck. He was anxious and angry. Die! Crack! Bite! The tiger tore his head apart, turning it into a bloody mess. At that moment, Long Chen could not be more dead. Haha, dead, I've won. I've become the sky. I've succeeded. I'm the sky. The tiger's mouth was full of blood. He threw his head back and laughed. His laughter shook the entire ocean. Victory! I've finally won. 100 million years. I've been in hiding for so long, even following by your side. 100 million years. God damn it, I've finally succeeded. I'm the sky, I'm everything. I'm the myriad worlds, and the myriad worlds are me. I've devoured you, and everything is mine. Only then can I pursue my dreams. And then transcend even greater limits. Ha ha. He sprinted madly on the wooden boat, slamming into it, almost tearing it apart. It's over, it's over. I'm Kitten, I'm the reincarnation mythological beast. I'm the heaven-devouring titanic beast, and I'm the sky. He even rolled on the ground. As long as I devour him, I'll be the sky. He stood up and walked over to the corpse. The floor was covered in blood, and his eyes were trembling with pain and excitement. Laughable, pathetic, to think that I've developed feelings for him. Boss, what a joke that title is. I followed him when he left Poplar Town. A pity that he really thought that Long Qinglan was related to me, and that it was all a lie. Long Qinglan was arranged by the Origin Sky Dragon, and he was only a time dragon servant, a real existence. Only I, the reincarnation mythological beast, am the heaven-devouring titanic beast hidden by his side. I've said it before. Today is the end of our relationship. I wanted to hide this secret forever, but you're too clever. You actually knew about it. I can only let you die earlier, because I'm afraid too. I can feel fear too, and I have feelings too. The white tiger was crying, eating and crying at the same time. From today onwards, I'm no longer your kitten. I'm the sky, everything. I've been by your side, acting for so long, bringing you so much happiness, helping you achieve what you have today, and allowing you to live such a glorious life. Consider it a gift from me. I'll kill you with a clear conscience, with no regrets. Our so-called feelings are all fake. Only my existence is real. Long Chen, you've lived a glorious life, and now you've made the ultimate contribution. I'll remember you for all eternity. This way I won't let you down, will I? Laughable, pathetic. I'm the one who truly transformed this world. I'm an existence born out of necessity. Everything I have is right and proper. Why should I feel guilty towards an enemy? He began to bawl loudly. To be honest, just treat me as Long Qinglan. Isn't that good? At least before you die, you'll know that I, the kitten, am still a good person, and that the father you worship is a puppet, haha. But this is our fate. Mo Xiaolang died in battle. And you're also dead. It's my turn to walk the path of the future. Cough, cough. He screamed so hard that he actually coughed out human bones. That scene was extremely bloody. Only mortals in the mortal world could be so disgusting and bloody. For a long time, he was devouring until there was only a pool of blood left on the ground. He ate it clean. Ha ha. The white tiger's head was full of blood. The past is completely over, and a new beginning is coming. I'm the sky, and it's time to embark on a new path to find my dream. I'm the sky, an existence with an identity. He was in high spirits. The gray sea was surging with waves. He wanted to merge into this big ship and move forward. Ah! Suddenly, he was shocked. He realized that the ship was still a ship. Although the 10,000 realms had been destroyed, the dragon sacrificial continent still existed, and the people on it were still watching everything. And he did not merge with the ship, and the ship did not move forward. Me. The white tiger's eyes widened. Kitten. All of a sudden, a familiar voice came from behind him. Ah! The white tiger's body trembled, and he turned back in shock. When he saw what was behind him, he almost fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief, despair, and pain. As I said, you've overlooked two things. First, I already know that the heaven-devouring titanic beast is not my father, but you, the kitten. And second, you've seen it for yourself. That was Long Chen's voice. That's right. When he came to this ship and fought, Long Chen had discovered some clues from their conversations. First, on this journey, the kitten had said something strange to him. A secret and a full stop. At that time, Long Chen had found it strange as well, but he had felt that the kitten was nervous about the final battle, and had not thought much about it. But later on, the heaven-devouring titanic beast had said that he had once been a beast in the forest, a speck of dust. Later on this ship, Long Chen had seen a white tiger. The white tiger was a reincarnated mythological beast, a kitten. Although this white tiger was too simple, and could not compare to the once domineering reincarnated mythological beast, Long Chen had his own guesses. What had truly accompanied him for his entire life was not just his faith, but also his brothers, Mo Xiaolang and Kitten. Mo Xiaolang had died in battle, and the kitten had always been elusive and mysterious. Later on, Long Chen felt that he had seen through everything about him. At this moment, he finally realized that he had not seen through this brother who had helped him many times. In fact, he was not that simple. Just like how he had once stolen the essence blood of the Void Universe dragon, Long Chen had reconciled with him, and their relationship had deepened. In his heart, the kitten was a living, breathing existence. They were brothers of flesh and blood. But all of this had been arranged by him. He had been in the shadows, pushing Long Chen to unite the 10 ancestor dragons into one. The dragon attendants were also working hard. Long Chen had not guessed wrongly. When he had said the name Kitten, the other party had been in a hurry to kill him. This name was a cover. Without it, he would not be able to face Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen had truly made the white tiger tremble. He was still immortal, still standing at the stern of the ship. He was still immortal, but there were 9 of him. Including those that had been devoured by the kitten, there were a total of 10. Long Chen had a complicated look in his eyes as he looked at the white tiger and said slowly, "There's one last thing you've overlooked. I have 10 ancestor souls and 10 essences of the world. Although they're all combined into one, I'm actually 10 of me. Before I become heaven, I have 10 bodies. Your one flower, one world allowed my 10 ancestor souls to form one person. You can't just eat one person. You have to eat 10 ancestor dragons before you can become heaven." Not only had the heaven-devouring titanic beast not thought of this, even Long Chen had not thought of it at the start. He had always had one body. He had never thought that because of the 10 great ancestral dragons, he actually had 10 bodies. And because of the one flower, one world ability, he actually had 10 bodies. After he thought it through, 10 bodies appeared. In the infinite realms, whether it was 10 or 1, it made no difference. The 10 ancestor dragons were all Long Chen himself. But on this ship, the 10 ancestor dragons were 10 of him. 1 was dead, and there were still 9. To the heaven-devouring titanic beast, this was a fatal mistake. In the forest, it was normal for a tiger to kill a person. But with 9 people facing a tiger, the outcome was not certain. A small detail had caused a change that the heaven-devouring titanic beast had not expected. His one flower, one world ability had to be used to determine life and death. Xueqi. After understanding the truth, the white tiger stood up, still glaring fiercely at Long Chen. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even so what? The outcome has not been decided yet. It won't be that easy for you to turn the tables." The 9 Long Chens said in unison, "At least this is a fair fight. Come on then." The white tiger was even more ferocious this time. His mouth was full of blood, and he looked very savage. "Kacha! Kacha!" The 9 Long Chens picked up a wooden plank from the ground. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Kitten." Long Chen stared at him. "Don't call me that. I'm not Kitten. That's just my puppet. I'm the heaven-devouring titanic beast." The white tiger sneered. "I saw you cry just now," the Long Chen said. "I've fulfilled my lifelong wish. Naturally, I cry." The white tiger was even colder. "Perhaps. Don't tell me you don't want to kill me? In that case, I won't hold back." The other party laughed coldly. Kill. Or not kill. He was his brother or not. Between man and beast on this ship, one would live, and the other would die. When you ate me up bit by bit, I knew that I had to kill you. You're right. You're not Kitten. Kitten won't eat me up cleanly, but you will. Ha ha. The white tiger took this as a joke. Long Chen understood his existence. He probably could not completely control Kitten's thoughts. Or perhaps, if he was a single will, when Kitten and Kitten reunited, he would be confused. That was why he had cried. But it was undeniable that the non-Kitten part of his personality was too much. He lives in my heart, and I will not allow you to taint him. The 9 Long Chens attacked. It would be a joke if they were lost and merciful at this time. They were not all kitten. This was fate. To Long Chen, whether it was Long Qinglan or kitten, he could not accept them. But this would not stop him from killing. Charge. The final battle was about to begin. Kill. Every Long Chen was ready to die. The loophole in the heaven-devouring titanic beast's plan was his only chance. At this time, Long Chen knew better than anyone what he had to do. Either he died, or he lived. Pa 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 pa. The few in front almost collided with the white tiger. Boom. The white tiger pressed down on one of Long Chen, its claws almost tearing open his chest. That Long Chen was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but he still stretched out his legs and hands and tightly grabbed onto one of the tiger's legs. At this moment, the other 7 Long Chens all pounced on the tiger's body. 3 of them grabbed onto the tiger's head and pressed it down. Roar! The white tiger struggled madly, roaring angrily. Kitten! Hearing this, the white tiger's eyes widened. There was still a Long Chen before him, and that Long Chen's face was pale. He exerted strength, and the sharp end of the wooden plank in his hand pierced into one of the white tiger's eyes. Instantly, blood spurted. Roar! The white tiger howled. Ping, ping, ping. The few Long Chens were free, smashing the wooden plank madly. One of the Long Chen's legs flew up. He directly kicked the wooden plank, and the entire wooden plank pierced into the white tiger's brain. Again. Another wooden plank pierced into the white tiger's left eye. Because it was him, the coordination was natural, and he stabbed again. This time, the wooden plank was even longer, and it almost pierced through the white tiger's brain. Ugh! The remaining 8 Long Chens who were still alive hurriedly scattered. At this time, the white tiger was finally on his last breath in the midst of his violent struggle. His 1 flower 1 world had caused his own extinction. The Long Chen looked at the white tiger's last breath in a daze. He didn't dare to imagine that this was actually the end. 1 flower, 1 world. The white tiger's voice was weak and hoarse. He collapsed in a pool of blood, feeling very lost. Kitten. The Long Chen knelt on the ground, and tears were already flowing down his face. He had no other choice. You can do it. Don't treat me as a kitten. There's no need to feel guilty. He is only 1/100th of my will. He is not my everything. In the end, the white tiger smiled helplessly. His life was fading away. Because of the strength of the 1 flower 1 world, the heaven-devouring titanic beast was also dying. Long Chen naturally understood. Kitten was still his brother, but the heaven-devouring titanic beast was not. Even if he became Sky, he would have to bid farewell to Kitten forever, and they would never meet again. Kitten. He clenched his fists tightly, and his entire body trembled. Tears welled up in his eyes, and they were already red. Mo Xiaolang had died in battle, and he didn't feel the pain of parting, because he knew that he might die next. Perhaps Mo Xiaolang could be reborn. But now that he had saved 10,000 worlds, Kitten's departure would be an eternal farewell. The pain of parting was like being cut by a knife, no less than having one's head bitten off. What a joke. I only used 1/100th of my will to help you reach the stage, and you actually have brotherly feelings for my will. Pathetic. Laughable. You have no feelings, so you naturally don't know. Now that things had come to this, even the heavens could not change it. There was a kind of pain that had to be endured. Long Chen understood this logic. Just as Kitten had said, from today onwards, there would be a full stop. In his heart, that self-proclaimed Lord Cat, that comical noisy cat, that sloppy, that supercilious brother, could only remain in his heart. Long Chen, before I die, take a look at this vast gray sea. The white tiger suddenly said with great difficulty. What's so nice about this gray sea? Kiki, frog in a well. The white tiger scoffed. You think that 10,000 worlds are everything, but if I devour 10,000 worlds, then what am I? What is outside the world? When you become Sky, you will understand that while the 10,000 worlds are huge, they are just a boat in this vast gray sea. How do you know if there is another boat in this vast sea? There were other worlds outside the 10,000 worlds? Long Chen was stunned. Of course, the 10,000 worlds they were talking about included the Primogenitor's world and all the other epochs. I have given this gray sea a name. It is called the Space of Origin. As you can see, beyond the 10,000 worlds is the endless space of origin. Ancestor God, even you and I could not enter the space of origin in the past. There is only one way to enter, and that is to become the sky, to become the myriad worlds themselves. Only then can you be considered a boat that can roam the space of origin. This is my dream, the reason why I wanted to become the sky. Unfortunately, I failed. But you can become the sky. You can roam the space of origin. Please, bring my dream to other worlds and verify my conjecture. We are too strong, so we are too lonely. In this vast space of origin, if one does not have one or two companions, how terrifying would it be? I am afraid of being alone. I want to go to a bigger world, but unfortunately, I do not have the chance. Take it as my request to you. You will search for a bigger world, to fulfill my unfinished dream, to see what secrets the space of origin holds. He was sad, sorrowful, pained, and in despair. He thought he would win, but he lost. This must be the goal you spoke of. It was understandable. He was lonely, so he had to become the sky in order to roam the space of origin, to search for the secrets of the space of origin, to search for other skies, and even to devour the endless worlds. Even if he devoured the myriad worlds, he would not be able to do so. Only by becoming a boat could he roam. His tiger divine body could not roam the space of origin, just like how a tiger could not swim in the vast ocean. Understood. What will you do in the future? Build a complete myriad worlds. Long Chen said. And then? As you imagine, I will roam the space of origin. I really envy you. After saying the last 4 words, White Tiger stopped breathing. He was dead. 1 flower, 1 world. Not even Long Chen could save him. When he died, everything came to an end. The vast gray ocean disappeared. The boat beneath his feet disappeared. He returned to the myriad worlds, and stood in the void above the dragon sacrificial continent. It was as though nothing had happened. But the black vortexes were receding, and the 10,000 worlds reappeared. However, they were all gone. Before his eyes, all the black vortexes finally condensed into a black sphere about the size of a thumb. This was the power of the heaven-devouring titanic beast. This is the foundation for me to become the sky. This was the dream of the 10 ancestor dragons. And the dream of the heaven-devouring titanic beast. Long Chen was the one to realize it. He devoured the heaven-devouring titanic beast. And then the 10 realm origins began to fuse. They became one. It was a colorful flower. That was Long Chen himself. That was also the myriad worlds. Is this the sky? The flower took on a human form. It was Long Chen. He had finally broken through the final step and become the sky. As expected, with the primogenitor's world as the core, the surrounding 10 petals were epical realms. Among them, the dragon sacrificial realm petal was the largest, and that was Long Chen's body. 1 flower, 1 world. 1 flower, 1 world. It's just that this is a broken flower with 10 petals. Only the dragon sacrifice world can be considered complete. Even the primogenitor's world has fallen into a state of deathly stillness. My body feels like it is riddled with holes. This was not created by the era of the ancestor dragons. Before the birth of the 10 ancestor dragons, there must have been other changes. He was this flower and this world. Is this the origin space? Long Chen used the eyes of the world to see the endless gray space. It was vast and endless. He was like a boat, swimming in this vast space without a companion. Suddenly, he seemed to understand the loneliness of the heaven-devouring titanic beast. To find other realms. However, before that, he had to bring everyone back to life. Including his father, and even Mo Xiaolang. Within his body, the life and death of all life depended on his control. Of course, one thing could not be changed, and that was the total amount of power within the realms. He could make the 3rd epic as large as the dragon sacrificial realm, but the dragon sacrificial realm would definitely be destroyed and shrink. When can I make all the petals grow to the size of the dragon sacrificial realm? To Long Chen, this was a question, and a secret that he wanted to know in the future. It was as mysterious as the secret of the origin space. Within the infinite worlds, people and worlds of the past appeared anew under Long Chen's will. When he returned to the dragon sacrificial realm, 10,000 ancestor gods, all the mystical dragons, dragon attendants, dragon emperor, his wife, and children were all there to welcome him back. Among the crowd was Long Qinglan, who smiled and relieved Long Chen. He looked proudly at Long Chen. Although he was small, tears streamed down his face. He was his real father, and not an illusion. There was the still handsome Mo Xiaolang, who had hot tears in his eyes. He had been killed by the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon, sacrificing his life for the infinite worlds, and now he had finally returned. There was also Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Yang Lingqing, Yang Yu, Long Yan, Long Lin, Long Qingsheng. Everything he protected. Everyone's face was filled with tears of joy. Lovers, children, brothers, elders, and parents. This was the perfect family. Only there was no kitten. From that moment on, the infinite worlds returned to their peak. What was different was that the infinite worlds themselves had awakened, and the skybe had appeared. From that moment on, reincarnation was established, life and death changed, and the infinite worlds had new rules. Everything depended on a single thought from Long Chen. And from that moment on, within the origin space, a ship had started to move. The ship might become even larger, or it might sink. Who knew? Who am I? Within the origin space, a white kitten suddenly awakened in a daze. I am the kitten, the reincarnated mythological beast, the heaven-devouring titanic beast? He finally remembered. Why am I not dead? He knew that when he became the sky, he had made a mistake that led to his failure. Why am I able to exist in the original space? I am not a world. He was stunned. After that, it was a long time. He went with the flow until one day, perhaps billions of years later, he opened his eyes, and a wave of light appeared in front of him. That is, he was trembling from beginning to end. Within the origin space, a sea of flowers appeared. A single flower was a world. They were densely packed, billions of them. Ha ha. The white kitten laughed maniacally. The world in his dream had appeared. He landed on one of the broken flowers and entered that world. A surging world. He could not help but laugh wildly. Evil creature, eat my staff. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. End of the book. What kind of existence was the sea of flowers that the white kitten saw? What kind of fortuitous encounters would Long Chen, who had become heaven and was roaming the dimension of origin, encounter in the future? For more information, please read the new book by the madman, Heaven-Devouring Chronicles. 30 days after publication. 10 million views. On the first day of publication, it was ranked first on the new books, member clicks, collections, and hot comments. Why was the new book called Heaven-Devouring Chronicles? Perhaps everyone had an answer in their hearts? The last full stop was added. Dragon Blood God Warrior was over. Today. He opened the book and glanced at it. Since September 2012, it had been updated for 1,194 days, with a total of 11.4 million words. On average, it was updated nearly 10,000 words a day. It was scary. The youngest 3 years of his life were spent on these 11.4 million words. These words were spread out on the ground. It was a huge square. This book had created too many glorious achievements. First of all, it rushed to the 6th place on the Baidu hot list, with more than 400,000 Baidu hits in a single day. Adding up all the major platforms, it had more than 500 million hits. On all the major sales platforms, it remained in the top 3 and was once number 1. Needless to say, it was always number 1 on the clicks, collections, and subscriptions lists. The main website had more than 1.3 million collections, and other sales channels had more than 1 million. Even the madman's personal WeChat had nearly 200,000 readers following him. Games, movies, animations, and other copyrights had all been sold. The game had been released, and on the first day, it made a brilliant result of 2.1 million in revenue. Movies, animations, and so on, everyone could also look forward to it. One book made the madman go from obscurity to number 1 on the Star Arts literature list, and the youngest author on all 3 lists. Thank Dragon Blood God Warrior. Thank all the readers who read Dragon Blood God Warrior. Thank the readers who were able to catch up to the finale, and thank my own efforts. I have also thought about this ending for a long time. I have seen the fantasy drift of young Pai, and the scene of a man, a tiger, and a boat left a deep impression. The world of Dragon Blood is a boat. Where will the boat go? Perhaps, I have not figured it out. I feel that the world is endless or a reincarnation, from Earth to the solar system to the Milky Way, and then to the entire universe. Then what is beyond the universe? Perhaps it is a reincarnation. The universe is hidden in a flower. The flower is on Earth again. A sea of flowers, countless universes. However, it is undeniable that this is a new work by a newcomer. Towards the end, countless problems appeared, all of which I have never faced before. I have also sat in front of the computer late at night, racking my brains. I am also in pain. I found that I am better at the protagonist's personal feelings and conflicts, but when it comes to war, when it comes to righteousness, I am a little powerless. Therefore, perhaps everyone is not very satisfied with the last part. This is not a problem of attitude, but a problem of limited ability. Of course, after this experience, I have a better understanding of myself. To write a book, one must write what one is good at. This will be reflected in the new book. Of course, this is only the beginning, so I cannot brag. Time will bear witness to everything. Looking back at the first 3 years from university to graduation, I used the easiest 3 years of my life to do the most difficult things. Perhaps everyone can't imagine how terrifying it is to have a task of 10,000 words every day for more than 1,000 days. Perseverance is sometimes easy to say, but difficult to do. What is the most difficult thing about writing a book? It is perseverance. Humans are not machines. They cannot put in a lot of effort and work day and night. When acting in a comedy, they can make everyone laugh on stage, but off stage they have to spend 100 times or 1,000 times more time to ponder over baggage and jokes. When writing a book, everyone only reads a chapter for a minute, but the author has to type tens of thousands of times on the keyboard. I am not complaining, I just feel that people who work hard should be respected by everyone. If everyone respects each other, then our society will be more civilized, and everyone will be happier. 3 years. Heavy pressure. Exhaustion. However, I also enjoy it. Is writing a book difficult? Of course it is. But if I were to give up writing a book, I can go out and become an IT guy. After all, I have a bachelor's degree, but I will not do it. I love stories, I love Chinese culture, I love hate. I love building my own world. This is the legendary pain and happiness. Someone once asked me a question. He said, if you do not have to work at all, but your monthly income does not change, will you do it? I did not hesitate and said I will not do it. If I do not write a book, if I do not work, then what is the point of living? People must have some social value, some dreams. I am afraid of a comfortable life. Therefore, even if it is hard and stressful, I have no regrets. Please believe me, at this moment, Lunatic is still a person who values dreams more than profits. 3 years for one book. Maybe I will feel tired from writing this dragon story in the next year. Maybe I will have to prepare a new book, and it will be difficult for me to balance my work. But don't forget that I worked hard for the first 2 years just to let everyone read to their heart's content. Of course I am the same. Most of the time, I only remember the bad things of others, not the good. Anyway, I tried my best. Maybe I do not know how to adjust. Balancing work and life should be a problem for everyone. Maybe in the next 3 years, I will learn from this lesson and improve, and I will be able to keep myself in a happy working state. At least after the dragon's blood is over, I can focus on my new work. Let me declare that the new book, Heaven Devourer, is a work that absorbs the benefits and lessons of the dragon's blood. Everyone needs to grow to be perfect. This is just the beginning, but I will give you a perfect answer when it is over. I love Dragon's God of War more than anyone else, and I love the characters in it even more. Because they made Feng Qingyang, they made my value and they changed my life. No matter how many books I write in the future, it is still my first work. Even if it is flawed, it is still the most precious gift from the heavens. There may be a long road ahead. Maybe in 10 years, I will be like Tomato and Tang San, with several works. There may be lows, and there may be highs, but I am not worried. Heaven rewards the diligent. I may not be a genius, but I must be more diligent than others. After the Dragon's God of War is over, I will only write one book, and the new book will be updated faster. Lunatic is fully prepared to give everyone a good and exciting story. Heaven Devourer, Sun Wukong, is just the beginning. After writing Xuanhuan, Xianxia, Lunatic, and many other stories, such as science fiction, I want to share them with everyone. Now, please let me put all my effort into completing my new book, Heaven Devourer. After saying so much, what is my dream? I love Chinese culture, and I love the symbols of this land. Now that European, American, Japanese, and Korean cultures have taken over the world, I feel that we Xuanhuan and Xianxia authors can work together to push our national symbols to the world. Let us Chinese people and Chinese myths and stories walk into everyone's hearts. Therefore, I have written about dragons, the proudest Eastern god of war, and many more. Then, the new story will begin with a stick from the Dongshang divine continent. Dragons god of war, heaven devourer, XXXX, triple X, triple X. All the stories that belong to Lunatic, and the stories that belong to us, the descendants of the dragons. Let us meet or leave. Once, we looked forward to the return of the dragons. Now, let us look forward to the return of the great sage. Thank you to the readers who made it to the end. This is the greatest recognition of my work. I also want to apologize to everyone. I did not make Dragon's Blood a perfect work, and I have failed to live up to the expectations of many people. I can only say that through the screen, many difficulties that you can't imagine are placed in front of me, and it is very difficult for me. This road is not easy to walk, but there are people who can appreciate me. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, when you see this text, even if you have been watching pirated versions and have not given me a single click, I am most grateful to you. And to the brothers and sisters who have invested money and energy for Lunatic, I wish you a bright future, and to create your own value. Dragon's Blood is over. The story has not ended, and neither has our journey. I said that I would write for 10 years, starting from 12 years ago. Now, it is already the 4th year. Perhaps it will take longer, or perhaps it will not even be 10 years. Then let us count it as 10 years. I hope that in these 10 years, my story can bring about a positive impact on everyone. Hard work, perseverance, unyielding, protection, passion, and struggle. 2016, my sincere wishes. Heaven Devourer has been online for a month. Perhaps some bookstores and software cannot see it because it has not been logged into these partner platforms. But please be patient. In a while, you will be able to see it when you click on Lunatic's pen name. If there is no other way, you can follow Lunatic's personal WeChat, Feng Qingyang. There is a link to the original reading, and new chapters will be posted every day. In addition, an important reminder. Although Dragon's Blood of God of War has ended, the story of the dragon has not. In the past 3 years, Lunatic has written a side chapter, and it will be updated in the pages of Dragon's Blood of God of War. Please pay attention. It is the story of a certain son of Long Chen. Lunatic will also update on his official QQ account. Everyone, open QQ on your phone, click on Contacts, click on Public Account in the upper right corner, search for Feng Qingyang, and follow the account that only has the 3 words Feng Qingyang. Don't follow any tribe. Regarding Dragon's Blood, if anyone has anything to say, you can tell me in the book review section of Heaven Devourer. Just click on 17K. Chapter 3768. The dragon was the head of a scale worm. It had 9 shapes: the head of a cow, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a prawn, the ears of an elephant, the neck of a snake, the abdomen of a snake, the scales of a fish, the claws of a phoenix, and the palms of a tiger. There were 81 scales on its back, representing the number of 9 by 9. Its voice was like a copper plate. There was a beard beside its mouth, a pearl under its chin, and a reverse scale under its throat. It could be visible or hidden, thin or large, short or long. It could ascend to the heavens at the spring equinox, dive into the abyss at the autumn equinox, call the wind and summon the rain, omnipotent. There were 5 grades of dragons in the world. First grade, the ordinary dragon was 10 feet long, could soar through the clouds, and had the strength of 10,000 horses. Second grade, the true dragon, was 30 feet long. It could control wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and thunder. Third grade, the heavenly dragon, was 100 feet long. It could soar to the heavens and enter the earth, overturn rivers and seas, and was the hero of the heavens and earth. Fourth grade, the holy dragon, was 1,000 feet long. It was the lord of dragons, knew the sun and moon, and controlled the changes of day and night. It had a long life, and was immortal. Fifth grade, the emperor of dragons, was the god of the ancient dragons, and controlled reincarnation, cause and effect, and fate. There were 5 dragon emperors, who presided over the ages, and ruled over billions of dragons. The Jiang tribe was located in the southeast of the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty. Here, there were mountains and valleys, stretching for millions of miles. The land was vast and the land was rich. It produced fire dragon crystals, and was a prosperous place for the dynasty. The Jiang tribe dragons, with a population of about 100,000, guarded the mountains in the southeast for thousands of years. The so-called ancient was 1,000 years, and ancient was 1,000,000 years. The Jiang tribe dragons had lived here for generations, guarding the territory of the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty. Throughout the ages, countless heroes were born, either stunning the world or dying in battle. Time was heartless. No matter how glorious a hero was, he was now just a tombstone, standing in the Jiang tribe dragon's ancestral tomb. Today, tens of thousands of dragons were still guarding the homeland that belonged to the Jiang tribe dragons. The clan leader of the Jiang clan dragons was known as Jun during the Yan Dragon Emperor's reign. The name of this generation's Jiang dragon lord was Jiang Zizai. Jiang Zizai was a hero of the present age. At the age of 18, he reached the ascending dragon realm and inherited the essence blood of a rank 3 heavenly dragon, the Crimson Horn Devil Dragon, on the coiling dragon pillar. He then fought his way through the world and was now one of the strongest dragon lords in the Yan Dragon Emperor's empire. Jiang Zizai, the name of the red-horned demonic dragon, shook the world. During his many years as Jiang Longjun, Jiang Zizai had made great contributions. The millions of mountains in the southeast and tens of thousands of mystical dragons respected Jiang Longjun. However, Jiang Longjun had been missing for a full 10 years. The dragons of the Jiang clan were divided into 5 prefectures based on their bloodline. Among them, the central clan prefecture was the most respected, followed by the north, south, east, and west prefectures. The prefecture master of the clan prefecture was Jiang Zizai. Jiang clan 5 mansions. Scattered across millions of mountains, the capital city of the clan prefecture was the Jiang Dragon City, which stood at the highest peak of the mountains. The Jiang Dragon City was built by the first Jiang Dragon Lord and had a long history. Only dragons with noble bloodlines, the 8,000 mystical dragons of the clan prefecture, could live in the Jiang Dragon City and accompany Jiang Longjun. The Jiang Dragon City was hidden in the clouds. From afar, the 100-jiang-tall city wall looked like a giant dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long. It circled the peak of the mountain and looked down on all living things. The majesty of the dragon made all living things bow down to it. The clouds lingered and the morning light was like gold. It pierced through the clouds and made the Jiang Dragon City shine even brighter. Vaguely, one could see the mystical dragons dancing and roaring above the Dragon City. Today, the Jiang Dragon City was especially lively. The Jiang Dragon City, which originally had 8,000 mystical dragons, had a total of 30,000 mystical dragons. The reason was that a large number of mystical dragons from the north, south, east, and west prefectures had come to the Jiang Dragon City. Today was the grand festival of the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty, the Yan Dragon Ritual. The ruler of the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty was one of the 5 dragon emperors. He was the ancestor of the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty, and was known as the Yan Dragon Emperor. The Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty was said to be the highest grade mystical dragon, a 5th grade. He was the Emperor of the Dragons. It was said that he had existed for thousands of years and was almost the same as the history of the entire Jiang tribe. To all the mystical dragons of the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty, the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty was a god. He ruled over everything, guarded the dynasty, and brought good fortune to the world. The entire Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty's mystical dragon blood essence came from the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty. Everyone in the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty was qualified to enter the Dragon King altar when they reached the ascending dragon realm. They could inherit a mystical dragon's blood essence from the coiling dragon pillar built by the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty. Once they turned into a dragon, they could ascend the dragon and soar into the sky. The Yan Dragon Ritual and ascending dragon transformation were the most important days in everyone's life. For example, Jiang Zizai was not a descendant of the previous Jiang Longjun, but he had obtained the 3rd-grade divine dragon, the sky dragon, the ruddy-horned demon dragon's blood essence in the Yan Dragon Ritual. He turned into a sky dragon and grew even stronger. In the end, he defeated the previous Jiang Longjun and became the new Jiang Longjun. The flame dragon sacrifice and the dragon ascending transformation were fair to everyone. Among the mystical dragons, ordinary dragons were the lowest. More than 90% of the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty were ordinary dragons. If one could obtain the second-grade true dragon's blood essence from the coiling dragon pillar, his talent would surpass 90% of the mystical dragons. His future would be limitless. If one could become a sky dragon, it would be even more terrifying. There were no more than 5 sky dragons in the entire Jiang clan dragons. If one could obtain the sky dragon's blood essence, he would be a big shot under the dragon monarch. As for the 4th-grade holy dragon, it needed to be personally bestowed by the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. Once he succeeded, he would be the Dragon King. For example, the domain master of the prison dragon domain, which included the Jiang dragons and dozens of other clans, was the Dragon King. The Dragon King was below 1 dragon and above billions of dragons. In the entire Jiang clan dragons dynasty, only the Great River Dragon City had the Dragon King altar and the coiling dragon pillar. Therefore, on the day of the Yen Dragon ritual, the elites of the 5 prefectures of the Jiang clan gathered in the Great River Dragon City. The Yen Dragon ritual was held every year. This year, there were young dragons who had reached the ascending dragon realm and were prepared to be bestowed the Flame Dragon Emperor dynasty's blood essence during the Yen Dragon ritual. They would transform into dragons and fly between heaven and earth. In the sky above the Great River Dragon City, there were thousands of mystical dragons flying. Most of them were ordinary dragons, but there were also countless types of ordinary dragons, such as the red dragon, black dragon, purple dragon, blue dragon, unicorn dragon, and so on. Ordinary dragons did not have the ability to summon wind and rain. However, when they grew to the extreme, they were giant beasts with the strength of 10,000 warhorses. Dragon horns and dragon scales shone in the clouds. The dragons roared with great passion. Occasionally, a true dragon soared into the sky, and the ordinary dragons dodged. The true dragon could control water and fire, and the flames soared into the sky, adding some color to the endless sky. The dragons danced wildly in the clouds, and many young people below who had not yet transformed into dragons were envious. The dragons of the Flame Dragon Emperor dynasty had to cultivate after birth to transform into dragons. First, they had to surpass the true martial realm to strengthen themselves and reach the ascending dragon realm. Only then could they transform into dragons. Jiang Zizai reached the ascending dragon realm at the age of 18. In the history of the Jiang clan dragons, he was a peerless genius. It was reasonable that he could become a sky dragon. For others, reaching the ascending dragon realm before the age of 30 was considered a genius. Most people would reach the ascending dragon realm at the age of 50. Some people even failed to reach the ascending dragon realm before the age of 100. Then they would have no hope of transforming into dragons and could only die. Of course, even if they became dragons, they would be the lowest level of ordinary dragons. Today, the Dragon King altar in the center of the Great River Dragon City was in full swing. Mystical dragons were flying above it, and elders were worshipping. It was extremely solemn and dignified. "Come down." It was unknown who shouted. Countless mystical dragons descended from the sky and turned into human forms. They squeezed into the crowd and stretched their necks to look forward. Is Kong Shinmu out yet? Everyone was waiting for him. Because he was Jiang Zizai's only son. Chapter 3769. Beside the pillar of the Dragon King altar, countless people and dragons were waiting for Kong Shinmu, the only son of Jiang Zizai. At this moment, Kong Shinmu was still in a simple but elegant room in the palace. Of course he knew what day it was, but before he went to the Dragon King altar, he had to come here. His mother was bedridden and needed someone to take care of her. Outside the wooden window, withered leaves were falling and the cold wind was blowing. In the room, on the dressing table that had long been neglected, there was a bowl of warm medicinal soup. It was brewed by Jiang Shenwu for his mother. Although it might not necessarily have any effect, it would at least warm her body. On the simple but elegant wooden bed, a woman was bedridden. Her youthful beauty could be vaguely seen, but now she was suffering from a strange illness. Her body was extremely weak, and no one could find any clues as to the cause of her illness even after searching the entire Jiang tribe. "Shen Wu, it has already been 10 years since your father disappeared, and you have finally stepped into the ascending dragon realm. In the future, if you can rise up like your father, I, as your mother, will have no regrets," the woman said softly. Kong Shinmu nodded and said seriously, "Mother, don't worry. I will not let you down." Although Kong Shinmu was only 15 years old, he had already stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm. His slightly immature face was filled with determination. To be able to step into the Dragon Ascension realm at the age of 15, not only in the Jiang tribe, but in the entire Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty, it was an achievement second to none. Because of this, the focus of the entire Jiang tribe was on him, the son of the Jiang tribe's former patriarch. Countless people had high expectations for him, but secretly, there were also countless people waiting for him to fall. Because he was the son of the Jiang tribe's patriarch, he was a member of the royal palace of the 5 prefectures. In the other 4 prefectures, there were people who wanted to suppress the royal palace. Although the current Kong Xinmu had stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm at the age of 15 and was a top genius in the world, and the target of countless people's jealousy, Kong Xinmu himself was under great pressure. His father had disappeared 10 years ago, and there was no news from him. His mother was bedridden, and her body was getting weaker and weaker. There was no hope of her getting better. This made Kong Xinmu mature early. Compared to other 15-year-old boys, Kong Xinmu's mind was undoubtedly more meticulous and mature. I believe in you, Shen Wu. You are just like your father in the past. You will definitely achieve great things. The bedridden woman chuckled and looked at Kong Xinmu, her son, with a pair of gentle eyes. In her eyes, Kong Xinmu's young but determined face was reflected. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes were almost identical to her missing husband's. Especially that pair of eyes, they were so clear, so carefree, so confident, and also contained soaring ambition. But now, in Kong Xinmu's eyes, there was a bit more responsibility than his father had in the past. Some heavy burdens made the woman's heart ache. A 15-year-old child had to bear so much. His father was missing and his mother was ill. It could even be said that he had no relatives in the entire Jiang clan. He only had his uncle that he could rely on. Most importantly, if Kong Xinmu were to go to the Dragon King's altar today, it would be fine if he could inherit the divine dragon's blood essence. But if he couldn't, then what awaited him would be a storm of attacks. Countless people stared at the royal palace. This was the son of the Jiang tribe's patriarch. Even within the royal palace, there were many people who were eyeing the position of patriarch. The explosion of the absolute beginning furnace produced a terrifying wave that swept out in all directions. Hurry up and go. It's a pity that your father and mother can't be with you on this important day. No matter what happens, you can only face it alone. This is the day you're going to transform into a dragon. The woman on the bed had a hint of sadness between her brows. Hearing this, Jiang Zi quickly interrupted his mother. Mother, just rest well. I'll be back soon. I'll bring you good news soon. Okay. The woman nodded. Kong Xinmu stood up and turned around. He picked up the bowl of medicinal soup and fed it to his mother. Then he stood up and left, his eyes filled with anticipation. Today was the day of his dragon transformation. Although his father was missing and his mother was bedridden, as long as he could obtain the divine dragon's blood essence, everything would be fine. At least, he wouldn't be bullied. Great Jiang Dragon City. Dragon King's sacrificial altar. 30,000 mystical dragons gathered here today. Whether it was the royal palace or the mystical dragons from the north, south, east, west and north prefectures, they all poured into this place. Everyone was most concerned about which grade of blood essence Jiang Zi's son, Kong Xinmu, would obtain today. This would affect the future of the entire Jiang tribe. Has Kong Xinmu come out yet? After this sentence, everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the royal palace. On that road, the figure of a youth wearing thin black clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone. Dragon King's sacrificial altar. Kong Xinmu had arrived. Immediately, everyone held their breath and stared. Many people stared at Kong Xinmu's figure. There were all kinds of gazes, but most of them were envy and jealousy. Who asked him to be the son of the Jiang tribe's dragon's patriarch? When Kong Xinmu appeared, all kinds of voices sounded in the field. Someone said, this Kong Xinmu is only 15 years old, yet he can break through the 9th tier of the martial realm and reach the ascending dragon realm. With such talent, it seems that he must obtain the Sky Dragon's blood essence today. Someone else said, if he obtains the Sky Dragon's blood essence, he will be the next Jiang Zi. Although Jiang Zi has been missing for 10 years, with this Kong Xinmu here, the royal palace will still be the leader of our Jiang tribe. Someone else said, that's not necessarily true. Although the Sky Dragon's blood essence is rare, this time, there are also talented people in the other 4 prefectures. For example, there is a girl in the North Prefecture. She is now 20 years old and has also reached the ascending dragon realm. Someone else said, Are you talking about Zhang Liuxue, the daughter of the North Prefecture's lord? This time, many people say that she will definitely obtain the Sky Dragon's blood essence. If it is true, then the North Prefecture will be qualified to compete with the royal palace. The competition of the 5 prefectures had existed since ancient times. Only through competition could one improve. In order to make the entire Jiang tribe stronger, the competition of the 5 prefectures became a tradition of the Jiang tribe. As Kong Xinmu walked towards the Dragon King altar, people constantly pointed at him. However, no one openly provoked him. After all, he was still the son of the tribe's patriarch, and a genius who had reached the ascending dragon realm at the age of 15. No matter what people said, Kong Xinmu pretended not to hear them. His expression was cold. Because of the pressure on his back, he had always been a man of few words in front of others. Even if someone really provoked him, he didn't like to respond. A total of more than 100 young men stood at the edge of the Dragon King's altar and gazed at the coiling dragon pillar in the distance. Their eyes flashed with anticipation. They were the young geniuses of the Jiang tribe who had stepped into the ascending dragon realm to obtain the legacy blood essence in order to transform into a dragon. The youngest among them was, of course, Kong Xinmu. Apart from Kong Xinmu, there was also a 20-year-old girl named Zhang Liuxue. She was the daughter of the North Prefecture's lord, and could also be said to be brimming with talent. When Kong Xinmu arrived, he immediately felt a cold gaze coming from Zhang Liuxue. Raising his head, Kong Xinmu looked at Zhang Liuxue. He saw that the girl's eyes were cold, her expression indifferent, and she was proud and aloof like snow. There seemed to be a hint of provocation in her eyes. Stepping into the ascending dragon realm at the age of 20, a little worse than my father? Kong Xinmu thought that this girl must have seen that he had stepped into the ascending dragon realm at the age of 15, so she wanted to compare herself with him. Then, let's wait and see the results of the dragon transformation. Chapter 3770. Kong Xinmu was at the end of the line. In other words, he had to wait for everyone else to transform into dragons before it was his turn to go to the coiling dragon pillar to collect the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. It was probably because he was the focus of this grand event, the one who attracted the most attention. So he was arranged to be the last to be seen. Around the Dragon King altar, countless divine dragons raised their heads in anticipation. This time, there were over 100 young geniuses who would truly transform into dragons. It represented the entire Jiang tribal clan becoming stronger. Moreover, what they were most concerned about was whether or not someone would obtain the heavenly dragon's inheritance blood essence. How many people would obtain the true dragon's inheritance blood essence? This was an extremely important day in the Jiang tribal clan. The experts of the 5 palaces were basically all present. They all wanted to see the rise of their respective young geniuses. Soon, the first youth went on stage. It was a youth with his hair tied up. He was about 27 or 28 years old and had a valiant figure. To be able to step into the Dragon Ascension realm at this age, he could be considered a small genius. It must be known that ordinary people would only be able to step into the Dragon Ascension realm at the age of 40 or 50. Because of this, when this youth walked towards the coiling dragon pillar, his brows carried a strong sense of confidence. This time, he was here to transform into a dragon. At the very least, he wanted to inherit the true dragon's inheritance blood essence from the coiling dragon pillar. On the stage, the coiling dragon pillar glowed with 7-colored light. The light soared into the sky, forming an incomparably wondrous scene. Only on the day of the flame dragon ritual would the coiling dragon pillar have such a change. On this day, as long as one stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm, they could reach out and grab the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence from the coiling dragon pillar. Whether one could grab the mortal dragons, true dragons, or sky dragon's inheritance blood essence depended on the talent of the person grabbing it. Generally speaking, the earlier one stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm, the higher the quality of the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. But it was not absolute. The youth stepped onto the stage, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he reached out and grabbed at the coiling dragon pillar that was surrounded by 7-colored light. Immediately, a burst of fire soared into the sky, and a resounding dragon roar exploded from the coiling dragon pillar. Immediately after, a burst of fiery scarlet light rose from the coiling dragon pillar that was glowing with 7-colored light. It transformed into a flame divine dragon's image. Its body was over 30 feet long, it was awe-inspiring, and it gave off an impressive wind. It's a true dragon. It's the true dragon's blood essence. My son did it. He really inherited the true dragon's blood essence. It seems that there is hope for my bloodline to continue. Who would have thought that the first person this time would be able to obtain the inheritance blood essence of a true dragon? I hope that there will be more people with good harvests, allowing our Jiang clan's strength to rise to another level. Everyone had their own opinions about the young man with the bunched-up hair. Everyone had a good impression of him. Then, the 300-meter-long shadow of the divine fire dragon quickly turned into a drop of divine dragon's blood essence. It fell from the sky and covered the young man's body. The young man was overjoyed. He had been looking forward to this day ever since he was born. Although it was only a true dragon and not a heavenly dragon, how could the heavenly dragon's inheritance essence blood be that easy to obtain? The entire Jiang clan could not be counted on one hand, so there was no need for such extravagant hopes. Being able to inherit the true dragon's blood essence was already pretty good. When the drop of divine dragon's blood essence landed on the young man's head, there was a burst of fire. The young man's entire body turned into a divine dragon. At this point, the young man finally transformed into a dragon. He turned into a 300-meter-long true dragon covered in crimson fire. It was majestic. With a dragon's roar, the crimson fire dragon could not help but soar high into the sky. It quickly circled above the Dragon King's altar. Countless people below cast envious looks at him. One must know that there were many people in the dojo who had not been able to transform into dragons. Some of them would never be able to do so in their entire lives. Seeing the young man transform into a crimson fire dragon, and it was a true dragon's inheritance essence blood, how could they not be envious? In the dojo, there were some people who did not care about this scene. One of them was Kong Shinmu. A true dragon was still too weak for Kong Shinmu. If he were to obtain the true dragon's inheritance essence blood, then what followed would definitely be a storm that would knock him down to the bottom of the valley. He was Zhang Longjuan's only son. He was Zhang Zizai's son. Thinking of Zhang Zizai, at the age of 18, he managed to obtain the heavenly dragon's inheritance essence blood. He brought the crimson-horned demon dragon to conquer the world. His outstanding military service earned him the name Zhang Longjun, which was bestowed by the emperor of the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. If Kong Shinmu could not inherit the third-grade divine dragon, which was the heavenly dragon's inheritance essence blood, then his and his mother's survival in the Jiang tribe would become extremely difficult. As Kong Shinmu thought of this, there were constantly young talents from the Jiang tribe's 5 prefectures. They walked to the coiling dragon pillar and reached out to grab the inheritance essence blood. On the coiling dragon pillar, a rainbow-colored light illuminated the sky. Inheritance essence blood was constantly being grabbed from within. Ordinary dragons, true dragons, they were constantly being inherited by the young talents of the Jiang tribe. The dragon's roar was incessant. In the distant mountains, in the wilderness, tens of thousands of beasts could be seen galloping. On the day of the divine dragon's inheritance, countless creatures came to worship. Wind, fire, water, earth, lightning and thunder. The divine dragons that controlled all sorts of powers constantly soared into the sky, shaking the world. Soon, over 100 people stepped forward and transformed into dragons. Most of them had inherited the legacy blood essence of mortal dragons, but there were also 4 or 5 people, including the first young man with bundled hair, who had grabbed the legacy blood essence of true dragons. Without exception, the young geniuses that inherited the true dragon's blood essence were all not even 30 years old. Their futures were limitless. Although they weren't as powerful as Zhang Zizai, they were still able to make a name for themselves in the Jiang clan and become an overlord of a region. Finally, there were only 2 people who had yet to go up. Kong Shinmu was the last to go up. In front of him was the cold girl from the northern prefecture, Zhang Liuxue. In the previous period of time, Zhang Liuxue had been resting with her eyes closed. She was not disturbed in the slightest by the dragon's roar. But now, when it was her turn, she opened her cold eyes, glanced at Kong Shinmu, then turned around and walked towards the coiling dragon pillar in the middle of the field. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the surrounding people held their breaths and stared. Zhang Liuxue had stepped into the ascending dragon stage at the age of 20. Other than Kong Shinmu, she was a first-rate genius. Compared to Zhang Zizai, she was only slightly inferior. Which rank 1 divine dragon's inheritance essence blood would she be able to inherit? True dragons? That was for sure. But whether or not she could inherit the heavenly dragon's inheritance essence blood was not certain. So, all the divine dragons from the northern prefecture were extremely nervous. The seven-colored light was dazzling. Zhang Liushua's gaze was cold as she walked forward. She lightly raised her hand and extended it into the coiling dragon pillar. Countless divine dragons' essence blood revolved around it. A cluster of azure mystical fire divine dragon's essence blood was attracted by her hand. The next moment, an unprecedented loud and clear dragon's roar resounded from the field. It spread in all directions and shook the heavens and the earth. A azure mystical fire dragon's image flew out from the coiling dragon pillar. It was 100 feet long and surrounded by azure mystical fire. It was like a profound dragon from the ninth heaven. Its aura instantly pressed down and enveloped the entire field. Grade 3 Divine Dragon. Without a doubt, this azure mystical fire dragon's body was 100 feet long and it had such an aura and pressure. It was definitely a Grade 3 Divine Dragon, the Heavenly Dragon's inheritance essence blood. Heavenly Dragon, Sky Mysterious Jade Fire Dragon. Zhang Liushua, who stood gracefully beside the coiling dragon pillar, had a strange look in her eyes. It was indeed a heavenly dragon. She had obtained the inheritance essence blood of a Grade 3 Divine Dragon. It did not disappoint her. The Sky Mysterious Jade Fire Dragon's image circled over 100 times above the Flame Dragon altar. Outside the Grand Prince's residence, thousands of beasts bowed down and thousands of birds paid homage. All of them displayed the divine might of the Sky Mysterious Jade Fire Dragon. Immediately after, the image transformed into a drop of inheritance essence blood. It was a Sky Mysterious Jade Fire Dragon, and it landed on Zhang Liushua's delicate body. The proud daughter of a generation, Zhang Liushua, transformed into a Sky Mysterious Jade Fire Dragon. The 30,000 divine dragons in the Zhang clan were all excited upon seeing this scene. The Zhang clan had gained another inheritor of the Grade 3 Divine Dragon's essence blood. It meant that in a few years, the Zhang clan's strength would greatly increase. Perhaps, it would allow the Zhang clan's territory to expand further. It was even possible that, like Zhang Zizai, with his outstanding military service, he would create a new era for the Zhang clan. Of course, this was more difficult. It required Zhang Liushua to have a lot of luck, and finally reach the level of Zhang Zizai. After all, Zhang Zizai's strength was second to none among the heavenly dragons that had inherited the Grade 3 Divine Dragon's essence blood. Countless people cheered. Countless people applauded. They were excited, expectant, envious. They looked at the proud daughter of heaven, Zhang Liushua, who had transformed into a Sky Mysterious Jade Fire Dragon. Everyone knew that the future of the Zhang clan's history would be heavily marked by Zhang Liushua. Of course, at this moment, Kong Shinmu was not ignored by the people. After Zhang Liushua obtained the Grade 3 Divine Dragon's essence blood, everyone's eyes once again turned to Kong Shinmu. It must be known that Kong Shinmu was only 15 years old, and he was even more talented than Zhang Zizai. Could it be that Kong Shinmu could obtain a Grade 4 Divine Dragon's essence blood that was even more powerful than the heavenly dragons? Everyone's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Almost everyone present did not wish for Kong Shinmu to rise, because it would hinder their interests. But everyone knew that with Kong Shinmu's talent, and the fact that he was Zhang Zizai's son, even if he could not obtain the Grade 4 Divine Dragon's essence blood, he would most likely obtain the Grade 3 Heavenly Dragon's essence blood. They were looking forward to it in their hearts. If Zhang Shenwu turned into an ordinary dragon in the end, how happy would that be? They did not wish to see Kong Shinmu's rise, so the eyes of most of the people present were flickering. However, Kong Shinmu did not care about that. He gradually walked towards the coiling dragon pillar. He had already mentally prepared himself for this moment, so there was no need to delay. He grabbed the pillar that was emitting a seven-colored light. In that instant, he seemed to see his father from many years ago. His eyes widened. What appeared before him was a tall and imposing figure that resembled him. That figure was Zhang Zizai from many years ago. His eyes were clear, free, unrestrained, and spirited. This was a scene that only he could see. However, in the next moment, a black figure descended from the sky, carrying with it an unparalleled oppressive aura. It was a terrifying black dragon that blotted out the sky. It opened its mouth and swallowed Zhang Zizai whole. Father! Kong Shinmu's eyes widened, and he could not help but roar out loud. A black dragon, a powerful black dragon that Kong Shinmu had never seen, heard, or even imagined, had descended from the sky and swallowed his father's body. Was this an illusion? Or was this real? Chapter 3771. Kong Shinmu was shocked by the appearance of the black dragon. He had only extended one arm into the seven-colored coiling dragon pillar. How could he see his father's figure? How could he see such a huge black dragon? A mortal dragon was 10 zhang long. A true dragon was more than 300 zhang long. A sky dragon was more than 1,000 zhang long. However, the black dragon that Kong Shinmu saw was so huge that it covered the sky. It swallowed his father's body in one gulp, then flew up and turned into a black cloud that filled the sky. Then, the black cloud pressed down and attacked Kong Shinmu with endless pressure. The rolling black cloud completely froze Kong Shinmu's body. He could not move at all. In the next moment, the rolling black cloud actually condensed into a drop of divine dragon blood essence and directly entered the top of his head. Kong Shinmu's body trembled. He felt as if something had hidden in his soul, but he could not feel anything when he tried carefully. He noticed that there was originally an endless amount of divine dragon blood essence in the coiling dragon pillar. It was coiled in the seven-colored light, waiting for others to choose it. However, Kong Shinmu did not have the chance to obtain the divine dragon blood essence. The black dragon had already turned into rolling black clouds and finally condensed the divine dragon blood essence, which was forcibly absorbed into his body. What kind of existence was that black dragon? Was his father's disappearance related to that black dragon? Kong Shinmu felt the power in his body surging violently. All of it came from the divine dragon blood essence condensed by the black cloud. It made his body feel like it was filled with endless power. However, this power disappeared mysteriously and quickly. He did not know where it went. As for the advancement, Kong Shinmu felt the divine dragon blood essence condensed by the black cloud continuously enter his body. His blood was completely integrated with him. Is it time to transform into a dragon? Jiang Shenwu's eyes were focused as a look of unswerving determination appeared on his face. Finally, he retracted his hand from the coiling dragon pillar. Then, feeling the boiling hot essence blood of the divine dragon roaring within his body, he could not help but let out a roar. That roar actually turned into a resounding dragon roar that spread out in all directions. It was even more resounding and resonant than the dragon roars of everyone who had transformed into dragons. Most importantly, it actually contained an aura that wanted to devour everything, causing everyone who heard that dragon roar to feel a chill run down their spines. Even some of the elders and powerhouses present had such a feeling, causing all of them to be slightly bewildered. He was clearly just a junior who had stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm and had just obtained the divine dragon blood essence to transform into a dragon. How could he have such a terrifying aura? Could it be that the divine dragon blood essence that Kong Shinmu had fused with had reached an unimaginable level? The sacred dragon above the heavenly dragons? Even more powerful than the holy dragon? Everyone present could not take their eyes off him. As for the 100+ people near the Dragon King's altar who had just transformed, all of them broke out in a cold sweat. The pressure that Kong Shinmu gave them was too great. Even the cold girl, Jiang Liuxue, who had fused with the sky mysterious Jade Fire Dragon's heavenly dragon blood essence, was filled with shock. Beads of sweat gradually dripped from her forehead, revealing her restless heart. Although the entire place quietened down, it was impossible for everyone's hearts to calm down. If Kong Shinmu had really fused with the divine dragon blood essence that surpassed the heavenly dragon, then there would be no objections from the Jiang tribe. If it was only the heavenly dragon, then there might be people who would want to compete with him. But if it was something that surpassed the heavenly dragon, then no one would even have the thought of competing. When the difference in strength was not too great, others might have some thoughts. But when the difference in strength was too great, then no matter who faced you, they could only worship you. When Kong Shinmu fused with the divine dragon blood essence that was condensed from the black cloud, his devouring aura swept through the entire place. Following that, he transformed into a black divine dragon and soared into the sky. At this moment, everyone found it strange. Because when Kong Shinmu fused with the divine dragon blood essence, his aura was magnificent. Even the elders present felt a sense of horror. But now, when he transformed into a dragon, what appeared was an ordinary black dragon that was 8 feet long. 8 feet long? That was not even comparable to the weakest mortal dragon. The contrast between his aura and dragon transformation was too strong. It left everyone in a daze. They did not know what was going on. But very quickly, someone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, It's actually just a mortal dragon. It really scared me to death. I thought it would be some super divine dragon that surpassed the heavenly dragon. This burst of laughter also caused the surrounding people to react at once. No, you're wrong. The black dragon that Kong Shin-mu transformed into is 8 feet long. It's not even comparable to a mortal dragon. You have to know that the most ordinary mortal dragon is at least 10 feet long. That's right. It gave me a fright in the beginning. I never expected that he would transform into a black dragon that can't even compare to an ordinary mortal dragon. I nearly died from laughter. Ha! The entire place burst into laughter, showing their disdain for the current Kong Shin-mu. According to everyone's expectations of Kong Shin-mu, even if Kong Shin-mu had fused with the true dragon-level divine dragon blood essence, he would still be ridiculed, let alone now. He had transformed into a black dragon that was only 8 feet long. It was not even comparable to the most ordinary mortal dragon. In the field, many people heaved a sigh of relief, but there were also many who shook their heads in disappointment. Everyone's thoughts began to race, because with such a situation happening, it meant that the entire Jiang tribal clan situation would change drastically. As the only son of the Jiang clan's patriarch, Kong Shin-mu had previously been seen by many as his successor. Even though Jiang Zizai had disappeared, with Kong Shin-mu's strength, he could naturally lead the Jiang clan to a more glorious era. But now, Kong Shin-mu had transformed into a black dragon that was not even comparable to an ordinary mortal dragon. There was no hope for him to take over the Jiang clan. Perhaps, the entire Jiang clan would be in turmoil because of the patriarch position. As for Kong Shin-mu, he would naturally face one trouble after another. In the sky beside the coiling dragon pillar, the black dragon's body was illuminated by the rainbow pillar of light. It was so inconspicuous. An 8 feet long divine dragon had never been seen in the entire Jiang clan. It could be said to be the weakest divine dragon in history. Kong Shin-mu did not know why he had transformed into such a weak divine dragon. One had to know that the black dragon at the beginning gave him an aura that could devour the entire world. Such a majestic black dragon, with the divine dragon blood essence in his body, could only transform into an 8 feet long mortal dragon? No, it was not even comparable to a mortal dragon. A cold wind blew from high up in the sky, causing Kong Shin-mu's dragon body to turn cold. But the coldest thing was his heart. He knew clearly what he would encounter next. To him, this was no doubt the worst situation. The most important point was that in the Jiang clan, cultivation resources were tilted towards those with high martial talent. Now that Jiang Xinwu had transformed into an 80-foot mortal dragon, he definitely wouldn't receive any cultivation resources. Because of this, transforming into a dragon was the most important step in a martial cultivator's life. Once the level of dragon transformation was low, the future path would be filled with obstacles. Kong Shin-mu was muddle-headed. He did not even know how he came down. When he came down, the first thing that greeted him was naturally the verbal attacks of others. The first to speak was the youth with tied hair who had obtained the true dragon blood essence. His name was Jiang Qingyun. Originally, it was impossible for him to be compared to Kong Shin-mu, but now, he was the first to jump out and mock him. Ha ha ha, I thought our patriarch's son would be earth-shattering. Who knew that he was all bark and no bite? He's just a tiny mortal dragon. He's not even comparable to an ordinary mortal dragon. This mockery caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter. A few youths who were on good terms with Jiang Qingyun followed closely behind and stood up to mock Kong Shin-mu. In the past, when they saw Kong Shin-mu, they could only look up to him. But now, when Kong Shin-mu transformed into an ordinary dragon, their status had fallen to rock bottom. This guy used to be so cocky and thought he was a genius. Now he's suffering retribution. Haha. Whether he's a genius or not, can only be seen after transforming into a dragon. No matter how fast his martial arts improved, it doesn't prove anything. That's right. Although he stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm at the age of 15, that's mostly because he's the patriarch's son. His cultivation resources are much more abundant than others. So many cultivation resources. If it was given to our big brother Jiang Qingyun, he would have transformed into a true dragon a few years ago. It's such a waste to use it on this kid. A group of people spoke at once. They did not care that Kong Shin-mu was not far away. They even deliberately said it so that Kong Shin-mu could hear them. Originally, this group of people had only transformed into mortal dragons. However, Now that they were facing Jiang Shenwu, who was an 8-feet-long mortal dragon, they all felt a sense of superiority. One had to know that mortal dragons were 10 feet long. Although everyone had transformed into a dragon, Jiang Shenwu was undoubtedly the weakest among all of them who had transformed into a dragon. In the Jiang tribal clan, the weakest had no dignity. Faced with the mockery of the group, Kong Shinmu did not show any expression. He could not be bothered to speak to these people, and now he would not say anything that would only invite humiliation. The cold girl, Jiang Liuxue, also lightly laughed. Her laughter contained a hint of disappointment. I originally thought that there would be someone who would compete with me. Who knew? Haha. After saying these words, Jiang Liuxue turned around and swaggered off, leaving only her beautiful back view to Jiang Shenwu. Kong Shinmu glanced at her, but did not place her in his eyes. Instead, the scene from before once again appeared in front of his eyes. The black dragon was tyrannical, swallowing his father, black clouds filling the sky, turning it into blood essence? How could it be an 80-foot ordinary dragon? Chapter 3772. Everyone looked at Kong Shinmu with ridicule and disdain. Their expectations of him had been too high, resulting in a huge psychological gap. In addition, Kong Shinmu did not have many friends to begin with, so it was normal for him to be ridiculed by so many people. Jiang Liuxue also lost all interest in Kong Shinmu and left. As a genius, she had originally been in awe of Kong Shinmu. After all, Kong Shinmu had achieved what she had achieved when she was 20 at the age of 15. If he obtained the inheritance of a powerful divine dragon's essence blood, he would definitely be stronger than her in the future. But now, when she discovered that Kong Shinmu had only obtained the essence blood of an ordinary dragon, she immediately knew that he was no longer on the same level as she was, so she naturally lost interest in him. The youth with the bunched-up hair, Jiang Qingyun, and the few followers behind him constantly ridiculed Kong Shinmu, but Kong Shinmu silently lowered his head and did not say a word. His mind was in a mess. He could not understand why he had only obtained the essence blood of an 80-foot ordinary dragon. Although this black dragon seemed a little strange, it could not change the fact that it was only an ordinary dragon. So many people around him were ridiculing him, but he did not even hear them. He was muddle-headed. Unknowingly, he had clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were digging into his flesh. His eyes were bloodshot. It was too difficult for him to accept the fact that he had only obtained the inheritance of an ordinary dragon. But in this state, he suddenly felt that the black dragon's essence blood in his body seemed to be heating up. It was gradually boiling, and he had an urge to devour something. This strange feeling made Kong Shinmu feel even stranger. There was definitely something special about the black dragon's essence blood, but he just did not know what it was. This urge to devour spread throughout his body, causing the essence blood in his body to heat up. His eyes were bloodshot and even slightly black, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The surrounding noise could not reach his ears, and all the blood in his body seemed to be burning. Just what secrets is this black dragon hiding? What does my father's disappearance have to do with this black dragon? Kong Shinmu clenched his teeth, using all his strength to resist the boiling urge to devour. After an unknown amount of time, Kong Shinmu finally managed to restrain the strange urge to devour. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, drenching his clothes. He didn't think too much about it. Clenching his fists, he quickly left the crowd and disappeared. Grand Prince Palace. Kong Shinmu returned to his mother's room and stood outside the door, unable to move. Mother! He felt that he had let his mother down. Without a doubt, his mother had high expectations of him and hoped that he could inherit the blood essence of a powerful divine dragon. But now, he could only transform into an ordinary dragon. The difference between this and their expectations was simply too great. Fresh blood slowly flowed down from Kong Shinmu's hand. Veins popped out all over his body, and his eyes were filled with a muddle-headed look. At this moment, a burly and imposing figure suddenly walked over from the road. When he saw Kong Shinmu, he paused for a moment before continuing to walk over to him. Shinwu, how do you feel? This person's voice was rather deep, with a hint of concern in his tone. When Kong Shinmu heard this voice, he suddenly came to his senses. He raised his head and discovered that the person was indeed his uncle, Zhang Rong. This burly and imposing figure wore a black robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had a small beard and was Kong Shinmu's uncle, Zhang Rong. He was also the elder brother of the Jiang tribe's missing patriarch, Jiang Zizai. Jiang Zizai had been missing for 10 years. During this long period of time, only Jiang Rong had taken care of Kong Xinmu and his mother. Therefore, in the Jiang tribe, the only person Kong Xinmu could trust was Jiang Rong. Me. I only inherited the blood of an ordinary dragon. When Kong Xinmu opened his mouth, his voice was a little hoarse. It sounded like he was in a very dispirited state. Hearing this, Jiang Rong patted him on the shoulder. His hand was broad and strong. Xinwu, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Inheriting the blood is not something you can decide. Fortunately, your talent is better than everyone else's. As long as you improve your realm fast enough, you may not be a match for the inheritors of the true dragon or sky dragon. These words served as a reminder to Kong Xinmu. Yes, whether it was an ordinary dragon, a true dragon, or even a sky dragon, they were all just inheriting the blood. The quality of the dragon transformation was different, but in fact, the strength of the divine dragon was not completely determined by this. The realms of martial arts were divided into several levels. The first level, the true martial realm, was the time to lay the foundation. There were 9 levels in total. After breaking through the true martial realm, one could attempt to transform into a dragon. When Kong Xinmu was 15 years old, he broke through the 9th level of the true martial realm. As long as he inherited the blood of the divine dragon and successfully transformed into a dragon, he could step into the Dragon Ascension realm. Now, Kong Xinmu was at the first level of the Dragon Ascension realm. Cultivation realm was also a major factor in determining the strength of a divine dragon warrior. Compared with inheriting the blood, the gap in cultivation realm was the biggest gap in strength between warriors. For example, a warrior at the first level of the Dragon Ascension realm, who had just transformed into a dragon, would not be a match for a warrior at the 9th level of the Dragon Ascension realm who had transformed into a dragon for many years. Even if a warrior at the first level of the Dragon Ascension realm inherited the blood of a sky dragon, and a warrior at the 9th level of the Dragon Ascension realm only inherited the blood of an ordinary dragon, the sky dragon would not be a match for an ordinary dragon. This was the difference in cultivation realm. Jiang Rong's words made Kong Xinmu's eyes glow again. Indeed, although he had only inherited the blood of an ordinary dragon, his cultivation talent was much stronger than that of others. At the age of 15, he had already completed the true martial realm and stepped into the first level of the Dragon Ascension realm. Even ordinary geniuses could not compare with this martial talent. Imagine, when Kong Xinmu was 20 years old, if he could reach the 9th level of the Dragon Ascension realm, then he would definitely win against the genius girl Zhang Liuxue who had transformed into a sky dragon. This was the impact of cultivation realm and talent on a divine dragon warrior, which was as important as inheriting the blood. As long as Kong Xinmu was willing to continue to work hard, it was not impossible for him to become a strong warrior. Although his future achievements would not be as heaven-defying as Jiang Zizai's, he could at least shut up those who ridiculed and despised him, and let himself and his mother live a better life. Many thanks for Uncle's reminder, I understand. Confidence reappeared in Kong Xinmu's eyes. That was right, if he continued to be depressed like this, then he would be letting his mother down. It's good that you can think it through. Jiang Rong smiled and nodded. That's right, Uncle, before my father disappeared, what about the elixirs he left me? Now that I have transformed into a dragon, I can take those elixirs and try to break through to the next level. Kong Xinmu suddenly thought of something and changed the topic. Hearing this question, Jiang Rong's expression became a little unnatural, but he quickly adjusted himself and said with a smile, now is not the time. You also know that the medicinal pill your father left for you has a very strong medicinal effect and is not suitable for a divine dragon who has just stepped into the ascending dragon stage. You should wait until your cultivation realm is higher, otherwise it will only harm you. Hearing this, Kong Xinmu nodded, but he felt a little strange in his heart. First, why did Jiang Rong's expression become unnatural? Second, didn't he say that he would give all those elixirs to him when he transformed into a dragon? However, although Kong Xinmu felt that it was strange, he did not point it out. Instead, he bid farewell to Jiang Rong and turned to enter the house to see his mother. Entering the house, Gu Yuero, who was also Kong Xinmu's mother, was still lying on the antique wooden bed. There was still no clue as to her illness. She was once an existence that could transform into a dragon, but now, she was so weak that she couldn't even get out of bed and move freely. Kong Xinmu stepped into the house and upon seeing his mother, his heart felt a little stifled. Mother, I'm back. Divine Marshal. Have you transformed into a dragon? Hearing Kong Shinmu's voice, Gu Yuero was a little excited and wanted to sit up from the bed. But? I only obtained the inherited blood essence of a mortal dragon, and the mortal dragon I transformed into is only 8 feet long. It can't even compare to an ordinary mortal dragon. Kong Shinmu said in a deep voice. Although there was still a sense of defeat in his voice, it no longer had the muddle-headedness from before. Instead, it was filled with fighting spirit. Although Uncle Jiang Rong had some problems, what he said was right. The increase in cultivation realm could also allow Kong Shinmu to become an expert. Mortal dragon? Gu Yuero's voice paused, but she quickly comforted him. Divine Marshal, you don't have to be discouraged. There are also experts among mortal dragons. For example, in our Jiang tribe, there are many experts who have inherited mortal dragon blood essence. They are not inferior to those who have inherited true dragon blood essence. And mother, I will work hard. Kong Shinmu nodded. He had thought it through. Mortal dragons might not be inferior. Most importantly, the black dragon's inherited blood essence that he had obtained seemed to be somewhat strange. Just now, there was an urge to devour that lingered in his body. This made Kong Shinmu feel that the mortal dragon's inheritance that he had obtained might be special in some way, and not necessarily inferior. It's good that you understand. Gu Yuero saw that Kong Shinmu did not seem to be discouraged, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was most afraid that her son would know that he had inherited the mortal dragon blood essence, and then become disheartened and lose his goal. From the looks of it, the situation was not bad. Oh yes, mother, I just saw uncle outside the house. It was a little strange. Kong Shinmu immediately recounted what had just happened with his brows slightly furrowed. Hearing this, Gu Yuero gently smiled. Those pills are nothing. Before your father disappeared, the greatest wealth he left for you was not those pills. Hearing this, Kong Shinmu was rather surprised. He had never known of such a thing. Chapter 3773. Gu Yuero ignored Kong Shinmu's surprised expression and continued. Your uncle's elixirs are nothing. Now that you have transformed into a dragon, you can go to the Green Shade Waterfall and find a hidden cave. Your father left a lot of things there, enough for you to cultivate and become a strong cultivator. As soon as these words came out, Kong Shinmu's face showed an even more shocked expression. He didn't know about this before. Could it be that she was waiting for him to transform into a dragon to tell him? Kong Shinmu was moved. He nodded and wanted to turn around to find the waterfall, but Gu Yuero chuckled. Shenwu, wait, don't be in such a hurry. Stay with your mother and talk for a while. Okay. Kong Shinmu nodded and didn't refuse. He stayed and talked with Gu Yuero. After a while, Kong Shinmu found that his mother was talking about some random things. He didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. At this time, Gu Yuero suddenly whispered. Shenwu, in fact, what mother just said was false. Your father didn't leave anything under the Green Shade Waterfall. But if you quietly go to the Green Shade Waterfall, maybe you will find something unexpected. This sentence made Kong Shinmu even more strange. What did his mother mean? But soon, Kong Shinmu had a guess in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He nodded and said to Gu Yuero, well, I understand. Your son will go take a look. In order to verify the guess in his heart, and also to expose some people's true colors, Kong Shinmu left his mother's room and headed in the direction of the Green Shade Waterfall. The Green Shade Waterfall was a small waterfall in the forest near the Grand Prince's mansion. Ordinary people rarely came here. The mountain was empty, birds were chirping, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Because of the remote location, Kong Shinmu walked very stealthily. He didn't meet other people along the way. He walked until the sky was getting dark and the sun was setting in the west. Finally, he arrived near the Green Shade Waterfall. Kong Shinmu was exceptionally cautious. He slowly moved forward in the lush weeds, paying attention to the movements in his surroundings at all times. If the truth was as he expected, if he were to be discovered by the other party now, it was very likely that he would die without a burial. Fortunately, Kong Shinmu was very familiar with the nearby terrain. He often passed by the Green Shade Waterfall and went to the distant jungle to slay demons. Like a nimble squirrel, Kong Shinmu's small body moved through the forest and soon reached a hidden high slope. He hid behind a large rock and looked at the green waterfall in the distance. As night fell, the sound of gushing water constantly came from the green shade waterfall. Under Jiang Xinwu's spying, he saw two figures constantly swaying under the waterfall, seemingly looking for something. Someone is really coming. Kong Xinmu's heart skipped a beat as he thought of what his mother had said before. When they were in the room, Gu Yuero just said that there was something left by Jiang Zizai under the waterfall. Now, someone came to the green shade waterfall to look for it. Obviously, someone was eavesdropping outside the room at that time. If it was someone with a higher cultivation realm, it would be easy to eavesdrop on their conversation. But now the sky was dark, and there were layers of lush branches and leaves blocking the way. There were also constant splashes near the other party, making it impossible for Kong Xinmu to determine the identity of the two figures. However, he already had a rough guess in his heart. One of them was most likely his uncle, Jiang Rong. Kong Xinmu felt strange. Why did Jiang Rong appear in front of him at that time? Moreover, he didn't go with him to see his mother. Now it seemed that he must have taken the opportunity to hide outside the room to eavesdrop. As a result, he was tricked by his mother. Under this green shade waterfall, there was no secret cave, nor any treasures. If it was really Jiang Rong, it was definitely a wasted trip. He found out that he was tricked and couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on. Vaguely, Kong Xinmu finally heard the conversation between the two figures. Unfortunately, it was too far away, and mixed with the sound of the waterfall hitting the rocks, he couldn't clearly hear what the other party was talking about. However, listening to the voices of the two people, Kong Xinmu finally determined the other party's identity. His uncle, Jiang Rong, and Jiang Rong's 30-year-old son, Jiang Juanma. Jiang Juanma transformed into a dragon at the age of 25 and obtained the true dragon's blood essence. His cultivation talent was quite good, and he was Jiang Rong's only son. In the Grand Prince's mansion, Jiang Juanma was considered a good existence among the younger generation. Usually, he had a lot of followers following behind him, showing off their strength and arrogance. It really is Jiang Rong and Jiang Juanma? Kong Xinmu's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. He had thought that his uncle treated him and his mother very well, but now it seemed that it was all because of his missing father. If he was sure that Jiang Zizai would never return, as his uncle, he wouldn't be so good to them, right? So everything was just a disguise. Kong Xinmu suddenly remembered that there was a period of time when Jiang Juanma's cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds, allowing him to step into the ascending dragon realm at the age of 25 and obtain the true dragon's blood essence to transform into a dragon. Now it seemed that during that period of time, Jiang Juanma must have taken the elixirs that Jiang Zizai left for him. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for his rapid progress in cultivation. When Jiang Zizai went missing, Kong Xinmu was 5 years old. He still had some memories of that time. Before he went missing, Jiang Zizai had given some elixirs to Jiang Rong and asked him to keep them for safekeeping. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Yuero wasn't with him at that time, Jiang Zizai wouldn't have given the elixirs to Jiang Rong. Unfortunately, even without those elixirs, I, Kong Xinmu, will still rise. Even if I only obtain the mortal dragon's blood essence, I, Kong Xinmu, will not admit defeat. Kong Xinmu secretly made up his mind. He had now seen through Jiang Rong and Jiang Juanma's true colors. As for those elixirs, he didn't want to take them back. In the future, he would let them know the consequences. Knowing that Jiang Rong and his son's efforts under the green shade waterfall were in vain, Kong Xinmu was too lazy to pay attention to them. He turned around and left the place. He didn't want to go back. Instead, he planned to go further into the wilderness to gain experience by killing demon beasts. Now that he had reached the first layer of the ascending dragon realm, although he could only transform into a mortal dragon, his strength had improved a lot compared to before. Under such circumstances, he could now try to fight many demon beasts that he couldn't defeat in the past. He couldn't wait to test his strength. Soon, Kong Xinmu was getting farther and farther away from the Grand Prince's mansion. This area was even more deserted, especially at night. Almost no one would come here. Kong Xinmu had also walked a long distance away from the green shade waterfall. Even if there was a fight, it would be impossible to attract the attention of Jiang Rong and his son. Originally, Kong Xinmu wanted to go a little further and find 1 or 2 demon beasts to test his strength. But suddenly, he heard a strange voice coming from the dense forest in front of him. It made people blush, especially the female voice? Why is there someone here in the middle of the night? Kong Shinmu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to go forward. Instead, he immediately felt something was wrong and was ready to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. When he found the other party had also found him. Two figures, a man and a woman, appeared under the moonlight and came in front of Kong Shinmu. Both of them were disheveled. The woman's face under the moonlight was beautiful, but her eyes were filled with ruthlessness. I didn't expect someone to come here so late, and it's today's little protagonist, Kong Shinmu. I really didn't expect it. The woman said fiercely, staring at Kong Shinmu like a hunter staring at her prey. Under the intertwining moonlight and the shade of the trees, the woman's figure was faintly discernible, quite attractive. But for the current Kong Shinmu, there was no time to enjoy the beautiful scenery, because it was obvious that the other party wanted to kill him now. The man, the woman, both looked familiar. They should be the two young men who transformed into dragons together today, about 26 or 27 years old. Kong Shinmu still remembered that the inherited blood essence these two received should belong to ordinary dragons. But he didn't expect these two to do something improper in this barren mountain. Of course, the other party didn't want such a thing to spread. Therefore, killing Kong Shinmu to silence him was almost inevitable. There's no need to talk too much with him. Let's finish this quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. The man's voice was cold and decisive. His figure moved quickly, like a long snake slithering out of the forest, quickly closing in on Kong Shinmu. I'm definitely not his match in a fight, but I definitely can't run away. I can only fight with my life on the line. Kong Shinmu gritted his teeth, a wave of ruthlessness surging in his heart. He stared at the man who was rushing towards him, not thinking of retreating, but instead moving forward. Even if it was 1 against 2, Kong Shinmu knew that he had to fight with his life on the line. Tonight's encounter was really too unfortunate. Either you die, or I live. Seeing that Kong Shinmu did not run, but instead moved forward to face them, the man and woman were a little surprised, but after the surprise passed, they mocked him. If you can obtain the heavenly dragon's inherited blood essence, you might be able to fight against the two of us. But you have only obtained the inheritance of an ordinary dragon, and it's only an 8-foot ordinary dragon. You're really too arrogant to think that you can fight against the two of us alone. Today, you little bastard, you will die without a doubt. The man and woman laughed coldly. They felt that Kong Shinmu's overestimation of his capabilities was too stupid. A mantis trying to stop a chariot would only end up with a broken body. But they didn't know that there was a devouring force in Kong Shinmu's body that was gradually boiling. The urge to devour came from the 8-foot ordinary dragon, from the black dragon's inherited blood essence that Kong Shinmu had obtained. It had appeared before, and now it rose in Kong Shinmu's heart again. 1 against 2. At first glance, it doesn't seem very possible. But the black dragon's inherited blood essence that I obtained is a little strange. All right, let me see what kind of tricks you, the black dragon that devoured my father, have. Kong Shinmu gritted his teeth, and his whole body was filled with a devouring force. Finally, he collided with the snake-like man. The new book, Heaven Swallowing Chronicles, already had 1,000,000 words. It was already fat, and it was time to slaughter this fat pig. The results were very good. Basically, it was #1 on the website's hit list, collection list, and so on every week. In less than 3 months, the book's hits were already close to 50 million. Recommended by millions of readers. Chapter 3774. Before the dragon transformation, the divine dragon martial artists all practiced some martial skills. In battle, they mainly relied on the strength of their martial skills. Of course, Jiang Shenwu had already unleashed his strongest martial technique. Because he was fighting 1 against 2, he absolutely could not drag this out. Hence, he had already unleashed his strongest attack from the start. Hidden Dragon's Soaring Heavenly Finger. When Jiang Shenwu saw the snake-like man pouncing towards him, he raised both of his hands and a weak light flickered on his fingers. However, in the next moment, the light suddenly became resplendent and turned into a flying dragon that swept towards his opponent. The Hidden Dragon's Soaring Heavenly Finger was as low-key as a hidden dragon when it was accumulating power, but once it was activated, it was like a flying dragon in the sky, with astonishing destructive power. They were both in the first layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, and Kong Shinmu's strength was almost the same as his opponent's. But because Kong Shin-mu came from the royal clan palace, he practiced a higher quality martial skill like the hidden dragon's soaring heavenly finger. In comparison, the snake-like man obviously did not practice such a martial skill. Although he charged at Kong Shin-mu with lightning speed and punched at Kong Shin-mu, the power was much weaker than Kong Shin-mu's finger technique. The resplendent light of the flying dragon from the hidden dragon's soaring heavenly finger went straight for the opponent's face, causing the opponent to subconsciously raise his hand to block it. That lightning-fast punch shattered the light of the hidden dragon's soaring heavenly finger. However, the opponent's momentum came to an abrupt halt, and he even took 2 steps back. In the first exchange between the two sides, it was clear that Kong Shin-mu had a slight advantage. At the same cultivation realm, his strength was still slightly higher than others. Swimming dragon steps. Kong Shin-mu's expression was cold, and he immediately used a movement technique. His figure turned into a swimming dragon, and he moved around his opponent at an absolute speed. Extreme speed, extreme speed, extreme speed. After using the swimming dragon steps, Kong Shin-mu's entire body was like a swimming dragon, leaving only after images in the field, and he could launch a sudden attack at any time, dealing a fatal blow to his opponent. Zhang Luo, don't waste time with him. Quickly get rid of him. The woman caught up and roared at the snake-like man. She walked over quickly and turned her graceful body. With a wave of her hand, she pushed out 2 rays of pink light, which wrapped around Kong Shin-mu's legs with great accuracy. Kong Shin-mu's expression froze. He had used the swimming dragon steps, but the other party was still able to accurately track his movements. The 2 rays of pink light wrapped around Kong Shin-mu's legs and wrapped around his body, stopping him in his tracks. It could be seen that those who could cultivate to the Dragon Ascension realm were not ordinary people. The snake-like man named Zhang Luo smiled coldly. Taking advantage of the fact that Kong Shin-mu was entangled by the pink light, he slithered forward and slammed his palm directly onto Kong Shin-mu's chest. This palm was extremely heavy, containing at least 80% of Zhang Luo's strength, and he had used a powerful palm technique. The terrifying force immediately sent Kong Shin-mu flying, and he fell heavily to the ground. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was too difficult to fight 1 against 2. Although Kong Shin-mu could defeat any one of them in a one-on-one fight, when the 2 of them worked together, the effect was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He still can't withstand a single blow. I thought this little brat had some powerful abilities. The woman walked over gracefully, her voice laced with disdain. Don't be careless, Zhang Xinyu. After all, he is from the Grand Prince's palace. He might have some life-saving skills. Zhang Luo's eyes were filled with mockery as he walked toward Kong Shin-mu. Although he said not to be careless, there was no caution in his eyes. Zhang Luo already regarded Kong Shin-mu as a dead man. His eyes were filled with disdain as he walked toward Kong Shin-mu. Just then, Kong Shin-mu suddenly pushed himself off the ground with both hands and bounced up from the ground. Sweeping Earth Dragon. It was another martial arts technique, and it was a leg technique, swift and fierce like the wind. Kong Shin-mu's movements were extremely fast. Before Zhang Luo could react, his legs had already pierced through the air. Zhang Luo's sharp chin was kicked, and his entire body was sent flying, just like Kong Shin-mu. This scene caused the woman named Zhang Xinyu to grunt angrily. You're asking for it. Zhang Luo, let's transform into a dragon and kill him. If this drags on, it will be bad if someone comes. As soon as she finished speaking, the angry roar of a divine dragon rang out from the forest. Zhang Xinyu's delicate body instantly transformed into a light blue divine dragon, its body 10 feet long. As the divine dragon appeared in the mountains, many demonic beasts in the surrounding forest fled in fright. Birds and beasts all scattered, not daring to linger. The long dragon soared into the sky with a majestic aura. The terrifying pressure caused Kong Shin-mu to almost lose his balance. His knees bent and his entire body started to tremble reflexively. His opponent transformed into a dragon and descended with an imposing aura. Kong Shin-mu gritted his teeth and finally decided not to delay any longer. Since they were all dragon martial artists now, he would use the divine dragon's method to solve the problem. Using the martial arts techniques from before would not be of much use. After transforming into a dragon, Kong Shin-mu's strength had increased significantly. Now was the time to test his strength. Although there were 2 opponents, Kong Shin-mu would not admit defeat so easily. Since he could not escape, he could only fight with his life on the line. The blue dragon that Jiang Xinyu transformed into roared and rushed towards Kong Shinmu. At this moment, Kong Shinmu raised his head and his entire body was shrouded in a layer of black fog. Under this layer of black fog, Kong Shinmu's body suddenly changed. An unyielding black divine dragon charged towards Jiang Xinyu. The 28-zhong mortal dragon was pitch black and sinister. Its devouring power was faintly discernible. Unfortunately, Jiang Xinyu had yet to cultivate any dragon martial techniques. He could only rely on his black dragon body to fight with his opponent. Jiang Xinyu had just transformed into a dragon and clearly did not know any dragon martial arts techniques. She could only rely on her dragon body, which was larger than Kong Shinmu's black dragon, to forcefully kill Kong Shinmu. Although they were both ordinary dragons, Jiang Xinyu's light blue dragon was 100 feet long. It looked much larger than Kong Shinmu's black dragon. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the light blue dragon had already clasped its claws on the black dragon's long neck. A terrifying tearing force was launched, trying to tear the black dragon's neck off. Unfortunately, both of them were mortal dragons. Although the black dragon looked slightly weaker, it was not much weaker. Moreover, it only looked slightly weaker. Feeling the other side tearing at his neck, Kong Shinmu swung his dragon body. His long tail was like a whip, heavily lashing at the center of the light blue dragon's body. The huge force directly hit the dragon and sent it flying. The light blue dragon was whipped straight out of the dense forest by this tail whip. It was accompanied by the angry roar of the divine dragon, causing a huge commotion. If it weren't for the fact that this place was far away from the Green Shade Waterfall, such a big movement would have definitely attracted Jiang Rong and Jiang Juanma. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and they were far enough from the Green Shade Waterfall. Die! Immediately afterward, the snake-like young man, Jiang Luo, also suddenly transformed into a dragon and rushed over. It was a thunder divine dragon, its whole body flashing with purple lightning. The giant trees in the dense forest that it touched along the way were all scorched by the lightning. A path of lightning, fire and thunder swept towards Kong Shinmu. The 120 feet long thunder divine dragon was like a thunder god. It descended from the sky, and a terrifying thunderbolt landed on the body of the black dragon that Jiang Shenwu had transformed into. The purple thunderbolt instantly charred the body of the black dragon. With a roar, Kong Shinmu's black dragon body kept struggling. He felt the pain of the thunder descending on his whole body. The black dragon's blood essence in his body began to boil. When the black dragon's body was enveloped by the thunder, Kong Shinmu felt as if his whole body was paralyzed, unable to move at all. The power of thunder had the effect of paralyzing the nerves of living beings. Being enveloped by the thunder, Kong Shinmu felt extreme pain all over his body. This feeling made him want to give up resisting. However, he knew that if he gave up now, only death would await him. And if he died, no one would take care of his seriously ill mother, and no one would search for his father who had been missing for 10 years. In any case he, Kong Shinmu, could not die here, in the hands of two ordinary dragons. With an incomparably strong willpower, Kong Shinmu forcibly endured the soreness and numbness coming from all over his body, and finally began to counterattack. Taking advantage of the other party's inattention, Kong Shinmu turned and opened the black dragon's mouth, biting the thunder divine dragon's lightning-covered neck. At the same time, the black dragon's sharp dragon claws directly grabbed the opponent's body, and the dragon claws gradually embedded into the opponent's flesh. The black dragon's sudden counterattack surprised the thunder dragon, Jiang Luo. However, he immediately let out a low growl, and the power of thunder on his body exploded, increasing the destructive power by several times. The sudden eruption of the power of thunder almost caused Kong Shinmu to faint. Fortunately, he gritted his teeth and did not let go. His sharp dragon teeth had already pierced into the thunder dragon's flesh. Blood began to gush out of the thunder dragon's body. However, in comparison, Kong Shinmu's black dragon's injuries were more severe. The black dragon's body was originally pitch black, and its skin emitted a charred smell. Jiang Xinyu's light blue dragon had returned, but she did not join the battle. She seemed to think that Jiang Luo alone was enough to deal with Kong Shinmu. Moreover, Jiang Luo had transformed into a thunder dragon. Now that it was entangled with Kong Shinmu, it was difficult to tell which side was the other. Jiang Xinyu could not intervene. Jiang Luo, don't hold back. Kill him quickly. Jiang Xinyu transformed back into her human form. She seemed to have confirmed that Kong Shinmu was no match for her. She spoke in a menacing voice. The lightning dragon that Zhang Luo had transformed into let out a wild roar, and the lightning bolts bombarded Zhang Shenwu's dragon body even more violently. However, Zhang Shenwu refused to let go, and gradually, his consciousness began to blur from the bombardment of the lightning bolts. Is he unable to hold on any longer? The power of an ordinary dragon was no match for his opponent, not to mention his opponent's power of thunder. Kong Shinmu felt a sense of helplessness spreading from his heart. However, it was also at this moment that the divine dragon that he had transformed into suddenly felt a hint of blood in his mouth. This hint of blood came from the lightning dragon's neck, causing the dragon blood in Jiang Shenwu's body to boil all of a sudden. The urge to devour that had appeared previously became unprecedentedly strong. Chapter 3775. Devour. 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 This indescribable feeling surged out from the depths of Kong Shinmu's heart. He could taste the fresh blood flowing down his throat, and he could feel his body gradually losing its senses under the power of lightning. The pupils of the black dragon that he had transformed into became darker and darker. His dragon teeth sank deeper into the flesh of the divine dragon's neck. Devour? Devour. A voice surged out from the bottom of his heart. It clearly came from the black divine dragon's blood essence. It was in an extremely excited state. It was clear that Jiang Shenwu was at an absolute disadvantage in this confrontation. It wouldn't be long before he was killed by the power of his opponent's lightning. However, Kong Shinmu felt that his divine dragon body was becoming hotter and hotter. This is the feeling. Devour. Let me see what's so special about you. Jiang Shenwu gritted his teeth and finally stopped controlling the urge to devour that had surged out of his body. As he relaxed, the body of the black dragon he had transformed into immediately emitted an eerie and dangerous aura. This aura caused Jiang Xinyu, who was watching the battle not far away, to feel a chill in her heart. The dragon of thunder, Zhang Luo, who was fighting with Jiang Shenwu, also felt a jolt in his heart. He was a little confused as he did not know what had happened to Jiang Shenwu's black dragon. In the next moment, Zhang Luo suddenly let out a tragic howl. The dragon of lightning roared angrily at the sky. It turned out that the black dragon's teeth that Kong Shinmu had transformed into were suddenly covered with a terrifying devouring aura. The parts of the dragon's flesh that were embedded in the dragon's flesh started to tear. The dragon's blood and flesh were torn into pieces by the black dragon's teeth. Then the dragon's flesh and blood were continuously crushed into the purest energy, which was then absorbed and devoured by the black dragon's teeth. This kind of devouring? Kong Shinmu's heart skipped a beat. He could feel that the dragon of lightning, Zhang Luo, was in endless pain. However, the black dragon that he had transformed into recovered a little after devouring a little of the dragon's flesh and blood. Originally, the black dragon's body had been charred by the lightning. Now, a portion of the dragon's scales and skin had started to recover. Furthermore, Kong Shinmu could vaguely feel that his strength had increased a little. Although this enhancement was not much, it was a real enhancement. Jiang Shenwu could confirm this. You have a death wish. The thunder dragon that Zhang Luo had transformed into let out an extremely painful roar. The sound of the dragon's roar traveled far and wide. His entire body, which was 120 feet long, instantly flew into the air and flipped around. The black dragon was grabbed tightly by its claws and brought into the sky. Although it was late at night, the lightning of the dragon of lightning lit up the nearby dense forest. Although this is making the other party in pain, if I don't devour, I will die. Sorry. The eyes of the black dragon that Jiang Shenwu had transformed into were extremely calm. Not only did he not suppress the urge to devour, but he even increased the devouring speed. The eyes of the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into were extremely calm. Not only did he not suppress the urge to devour, but he also increased the speed of the devouring. The black dragon's heavy injuries started to slowly recover. In comparison, the lightning dragon's neck was tightly bitten by the black dragon. The black dragon was constantly devouring the lightning dragon's flesh and essence. It was no longer at its peak. The serious injuries that the black dragon had sustained started to recover slowly. In contrast, the dragon of lightning, whose neck was being bitten by the black dragon, was constantly devouring the essence of the dragon's flesh and blood. The dragon was no longer at its peak. The lightning became brighter and stronger. Even though it was being devoured continuously, the Dragon of Lightning still possessed extremely strong combat power. The dragon extended its claws, and the teeth of the Dragon of Lightning, which were covered in lightning, bit the back of the black dragon. The power of lightning instantly invaded the black dragon's body. The heart-wrenching pain made Kong Shinmu grit his teeth and refuse to let go. The pitch-black devouring power on the dragon's teeth continued to devour the other party's flesh and blood essence as well as the power within the body. Gradually, Kong Shinmu actually felt that the damage that the other party's power of lightning had on him was getting smaller and smaller. This discovery made him feel somewhat happy. Could it be that devouring the other party's flesh and blood can gradually increase one's immunity to the other party's power? This kind of devouring power is really frightening. This black dragon? While Kong Shinmu was delighted, he was also a little worried and nervous. This was because this black dragon was really too strange. He had never heard of any divine dragon's bloodline power that could devour. Even if there was, it wouldn't be in such a strange form. Could it be that his father, Jiang Zizai, had been devoured by this black dragon in this manner? Kong Shinmu shook his head and didn't think too much about it. This was a moment of life and death. There was no point in thinking too much. He would think about it after he had dealt with his opponent. The power of lightning lit up the surrounding area within a radius of 100 miles. The roar of the furious dragon could probably be heard even further. Although it's only an ordinary dragon of 8 feet, it has already made me look at you in a different light. However, brat, don't think that you have any chance of winning. The difference in strength is right in front of you. Zhang Luo roared angrily. His body as a dragon of lightning was twice the size of the black dragon. In terms of size, he completely crushed the black dragon. Not only was there a powerful lightning bombarding the black dragon, but there was also a huge force crushing the black dragon's body. It was like a giant python coiling around and constantly squeezing. In terms of strength, the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into was indeed no match for his opponent. In fact, not only was he not a match, he was far from it. When the other party exerted all his strength and coiled around the black dragon's body, Kong Shinmu felt a suffocating pressure coming from all directions of the divine dragon's body. As the power of lightning bombarded his body, he once again suffered serious injuries. Moreover, as the other party continued to squeeze and coil around him, the internal organs of the black dragon's body began to suffer serious damage. There was only one thought left in Kong Shinmu's mind. Devour. 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 This was the instinct of the black dragon that he had transformed into. It was the ultimate will that came with the inheritance blood essence. At this critical moment, he had nothing else to rely on except this will to devour. The black dragon's flesh and blood were constantly devoured and absorbed by the black dragon. Although the black dragon was constantly being destroyed, it was also constantly recovering its strength during the process of devouring. Even its injuries were recovering rapidly. More importantly, Kong Shinmu could sense that the black dragon's body that he had transformed into would occasionally emit explosive sounds from the depths of his bones. Then, the entire body of the black dragon seemed to become a little larger than before. Could devouring also increase the size of a dragon's body? This was something that Kong Shinmu had never heard of. However, he was not sure now. After all, he was in the middle of an intense battle in the middle of the night. He had no time to check if his divine dragon's body had become a little larger. Devour! 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 Kong Shinmu did not have any distracting thoughts. He did not think of anything else. He was completely focused on devouring his opponent's flesh and blood. Even if his divine dragon's body was constantly being destroyed and his injuries from being entangled and squeezed, he did not care. Lunatic! Lunatic! Gradually, Zhang Luo also felt that something was wrong. The neck of the lightning dragon that he had transformed into was about to be bitten to pieces. His flesh and blood were almost completely devoured, and his strength was rapidly draining. On the other hand, the black dragon that he was entangling not only did not have its life force weakened, but it was also becoming more and more tenacious. Its resistance was becoming more and more intense. This was completely beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, even if it was an ordinary dragon, it should have died after being continuously attacked by the lightning dragon that he had transformed into for such a long time, right? However, this ordinary dragon had endured for such a long time. Instead, its life force was becoming more and more vigorous. As time went by, Zhang Luo even felt that he was going to die here. His life force was continuously draining away, or rather, it could be said that it was being devoured by the black dragon. Jiang Xinyu, come and get him out of here. Zhang Luo roared angrily. His entire body, which was over 120 feet long, struggled continuously. Lightning exploded in all directions, and the dense forest nearby was almost razed to the ground. Jiang Xinyu, who had been watching the battle from the side and hesitating about whether she should come forward, saw that the situation was getting worse. She immediately stopped hesitating and transformed into her blue dragon form to attack. The power of ice was constantly emitted from the blue dragon's body. It condensed into ice spikes that pierced through the air in the direction of the black dragon and the lightning dragon's battle. Jiang Xinyu's divine dragon power was the power of ice. She could not care too much now and directly attacked. Zhang Luo saw what was happening. After all, the lightning dragon that he had transformed into was still very strong. He immediately swept up the black dragon's body and threw it towards the ice spikes. Kong Shinmu gritted his teeth. His divine dragon body was thrown out, but his dragon teeth were still firmly embedded in his opponent's flesh. He would rather die than pull them out. The extremely cold ice spikes pierced several holes in the black dragon's body in an instant. Then, ice covered his body and almost completely froze Kong Shinmu. But even so, he didn't give in at all. The dragon's teeth continued to devour the flesh and blood of the lightning dragon. Even though he was constantly bombarded by lightning, his injuries were constantly recovering. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that his strength was becoming stronger and stronger. This devouring power is too terrifying. As long as the other party does not kill me in one go, I will always have a chance to turn the tables? In Jiang Shenwu's mind, the scene of the black dragon swallowing his father, Jiang Zizai, in one gulp in the coiling dragon pillar appeared once again. Perhaps it was because the black dragon had felt the domineering aura of the black dragon. The devouring power of the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into became even stronger. In the next moment, a wave of devouring black gas enveloped the lightning dragon's upper body. Devour! Devour! Kong Shinmu's consciousness was a little blurry, but he knew that he had to survive. The lower half of the black dragon's body had been completely frozen by the ice spikes of the blue dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into. He had lost all feeling. If he wanted to survive, he had to kill the lightning dragon that Zhang Luo had transformed into. The devouring power finally erupted when he was in a desperate situation. The power that came from the lightning dragon's flesh and organs was devoured like a torrent into the black dragon's body. Chapter 3776. The blood and flesh of the lightning dragon turned into a torrent of energy and was devoured by the black dragon. The black dragon's body, which was originally 8 meters long, started to creak. Its body started to expand. This shocked even Kong Shinmu, let alone Jiang Xinyu, who was watching him grow. As for the lightning dragon that Zhang Luo had transformed into, he did not feel the black dragon's body growing. He only felt that his life force was draining away, and it was draining away faster and faster. His body became weaker and weaker. This is? What's going on? Zhang Luo could not understand. The lightning dragon that he had transformed into was much stronger than the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into. Why was he losing all his life force? He felt that the black dragon that he had entangled was slowly breaking free and entangling him instead. His consciousness became more and more blurry. It was as if all his life force was being devoured by a strange power. The source of the devouring power seemed to be the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into. By the time Zhang Luo realized this, it was too late. The black dragon was biting the lightning dragon's neck and devouring its blood, flesh, and life essence. Soon, half of the lightning dragon's body had turned into the purest life essence and was devoured by the black dragon. The blue ice dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into kept roaring in the distance. It released icy thorns that bombarded the black dragon's body in mid-air. However, it could not stop the black dragon from devouring the lightning dragon's flesh. The ice kept freezing the black dragon's body. However, as it devoured the lightning dragon's flesh, the boiling blood that surged out of its body easily melted the ice. Jiang Xinyu could only watch as the lightning dragon howled miserably as its entire body was devoured. In a short period of time, only the dragon's bones were left. This horrifying scene caused Jiang Xinyu's mind to freeze. She had never heard of a divine dragon's blood that could be devoured. Moreover, It could devour the blood and flesh of other divine dragons. Wasn't this too strange? Could it be that Kong Shinmu had cultivated some strange forbidden skill? The struggle had already stopped. Kong Shinmu gradually regained his consciousness. He sensed that the flesh and blood that the black dragon had bitten into had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a skeleton. Even he himself was shocked. However, his current condition was very good, even better than before the battle. The flesh and life essence I devoured actually made me stronger, and the injuries I suffered in battle have all healed? This black dragon is indeed miraculous. Kong Shinmu was shocked. He clearly knew that this secret couldn't be leaked out. No matter who it was, they couldn't know it. Otherwise, he would have to face endless dangers. After all, he had never heard of such a mysterious divine dragon's blood essence. Not to mention the mere Jiang clan, even in the entire dragon prison domain, or even in the Yen Dragon Emperor's dynasty, such an existence had never appeared. What made Kong Shinmu the most incredulous was that after he devoured the Thunder Dragon's flesh and blood essence, not only had his injuries healed, his strength had also increased. Most importantly, the black dragon's body had grown by 10 feet, from the original 80 feet to the present 90 feet. Perhaps this was the reason why his strength had increased. From 80 feet to 90 feet, there wasn't much of a difference. It was still at the bottom of the ranks of ordinary dragons, but with the devouring power of the black dragon's blood essence, if Kong Shinmu were to fight against an ordinary dragon warrior of the same realm, he would definitely not lose. It actually grew? Kong Shinmu released the thunder dragon skeleton in his mouth, causing it to fall heavily into the forest that had long been destroyed by lightning, making a loud crash. He turned his head, and the black dragon's eyes stared directly at the blue ice dragon not far away. The blue dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into was 100 feet long, and it had the power of ice. If not for the black dragon's devouring power, just the power of ice would have been enough to destroy the black dragon's body. Unfortunately, Kong Shinmu had completely recovered, and was even stronger than before. Under such circumstances, Jiang Xinyu did not think that she was his match. Moreover, she had watched helplessly as the thunder dragon that Jiang Luo had transformed into was devoured, leaving only its skeleton. She had long lost the will to fight. Jiang Luo was definitely stronger than her. Now that even Jiang Luo had died under the evil black dragon's mouth of Kong Shinmu, how could she, Jiang Xinyu, deal with the black dragon? Run! Jiang Xinyu almost immediately made this decision. Just as Kong Shinmu turned his head to look at her, the entire blue ice dragon turned sideways and flew into the distance. At the same time, a dragon's roar sounded, as if it was trying to attract the surrounding people. Unfortunately, in the middle of the night, there would be no one else in this desolate forest. Even Jiang Rong and his son, Jiang Juanma, who were originally near the Green Shade waterfall, would have gone back long ago if they didn't find anything. No matter what, Kong Shinmu could not let Jiang Xinyu escape. He must stop her. Let me try the power of devouring again. Kong Shinmu thought to himself. The black dragon's body soared in the air, bringing a violent whirlwind as it chased after the blue ice dragon. The blue ice dragon's speed was a little faster than the black dragon's. She kept shooting ice thorns behind her, which greatly hindered the black dragon's pursuit. Kong Shinmu had transformed into a black dragon. His body was 9 feet long, and the devouring power was still lingering around the dragon's body. Even the ice thorns that kept attacking him were devoured. The devoured ice thorns would not enhance the strength of the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into, but it could restore his consumed physical strength. Soon, Kong Shinmu discovered that he could also use the ice thorns to increase his speed for a short time. These ice thorns were actually the power of the blue ice dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into. The black dragon's devouring power could transform it into its own power. This kind of heaven-defying ability made Kong Shinmu happy. However, deep down he was also worried. After all, this ability was too strange. It was hard to tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Perhaps behind this heaven-defying power, there was an unimaginable threat, just like when his father, Jiang Zizai, was devoured. That scene made Kong Shinmu's heart uneasy. But now, he could use the devouring power to successfully resolve the current predicament. The black dragon devoured the power of the ice thorns and turned it into its own power. It soared through the clouds, getting closer and closer to the blue ice dragon. Perhaps Jiang Xinyu had also discovered the strangeness of the black dragon. It could actually increase its speed after devouring the power of her ice thorns. She was so shocked that she had already stopped releasing the ice thorns. But it was too late. The black dragon quickly caught up to the blue ice dragon. As she roared angrily, the black dragon's claws clawed at her body. The terrifying force caused the blue ice dragon's body to stop. Then, it was thrown heavily to the ground. The blue ice dragon subconsciously struggled, but the black dragon's teeth had already sunk into the dragon's body. The devouring power instantly spread. After devouring the thunder dragon, Kong Shinmu's use of the devouring power had become more proficient. He could activate the strongest devouring power with just a thought. A wave of ice covered the entire body of the blue ice dragon. This was Jiang Xinyu's defensive technique. The ice even froze the surface of the black dragon, making it difficult for it to move. However, the black dragon's teeth still pierced into the dragon's body. This meant that the black dragon could continue to devour the opponent's power. Neither the thunder nor the ice could stop its devouring power. The black dragon's flesh and life essence were enveloped by the devouring power and then absorbed into its body. In a short period of time, the black dragon's resistance to the power of ice was greatly increased. It was just like how it could resist the power of thunder after devouring the thunder dragon's power. Although this increase in resistance was only temporary, it was far more than enough for Kong Shinmu's current situation. The effect of the ice on the black dragon was decreasing. This allowed Kong Shinmu to use the devouring power more freely. Now that both sides did not cultivate dragon techniques, they could only fight based on their instincts. Without a doubt, after Kong Shinmu devoured the thunder dragon, he was stronger than his opponent. Even in terms of power, the black dragon had already suppressed Jiang Xinyu's blue ice dragon. Furthermore, the devouring power was much stronger than his opponent's ice power. It could completely suppress his opponent. Under such circumstances, the blue ice dragon could no longer fight back. Me? Admit defeat? Admit defeat? Don't kill me? Me? Jiang Xinyu saw that she was no match for him. She wanted to surrender and save her life. However, the current situation was not about winning or losing, but about life and death. The secret of Kong Shinmu's devouring power could not be revealed. Therefore, he could not let Jiang Xinyu go. On the other hand, if Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo were stronger, they would not let Kong Shinmu go either. Originally, Jiang Shinwu didn't want to fight, but he was helpless against the enemy's encirclement. He resisted, and fortunately, this allowed him to discover the powerful devouring power inherited from the black dragon's blood essence. No matter how Jiang Xinyu wailed, she could not stop Kong Shinmu from devouring her. As time passed, the blue ice dragon's struggles and wails became weaker. Her flesh and life essence were all devoured by the black dragon. During this process, the black dragon's body continued to grow. At first it was 8 feet long. After devouring the thunder dragon, it grew to 9 feet. Now, it was gradually growing to 10 feet. This growth excited Kong Shinmu, but at the same time, he was deeply worried. What kind of existence was the black dragon's blood essence? If it continued to devour, wouldn't it surpass the blood essence of the sky dragon or even the holy dragon? Chapter 3777. Not long after, in the middle of the night, Kong Shinmu completely devoured the flesh and blood of the blue ice dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into. The blue ice dragon was the same as the dragon of thunder. All that was left was its skeleton. Without a doubt, the dragon skeleton was the toughest part of a divine dragon's body. It was not difficult for Kong Shinmu to devour the divine dragon's flesh, blood, and life essence. But the remaining divine dragon skeleton was not so easy to devour. Kong Shinmu fell into deep thought. If I don't get rid of these 2 skeletons, it will be troublesome if the Jiang tribe finds out tomorrow. The best way to deal with them is to devour them and leave no traces behind. He maintained his dragon form and gathered his devouring power on his dragon claws. He gripped the dragon bones tightly and covered them with his devouring power. The tough dragon bones were difficult to devour. But as the devouring power increased, it could slowly devour the dragon bones bit by bit. The entire barren mountains suddenly became silent. The devouring of the dragon bones did not make a sound. And in the night sky, 2 meteors streaked across the sky. It seemed to correspond to the deaths of the 2 divine dragons, Jiang Luo and Jiang Xinyu. But tonight, besides Kong Shinmu himself, no one else knew that the 2 of them had died. Originally, The two of them had sneaked out and wanted to do some sneaky things at night. No one knew that they had left the Grand Prince's residence. It was precisely because of this that the two of them wanted to kill Jiang Shunwu to keep him quiet after being exposed by him. Unfortunately, they failed to kill him and were devoured instead, and they ended up without a corpse left. In other words, he was about to die without a corpse. Under the constant absorption of the black dragon's devouring power, even the tough dragon bones could not withstand it. They gradually turned into pure energy and were devoured by the black dragon's body. The changes brought about by the devouring of the dragon bones were different from before. Devouring flesh, blood, and life essence had caused the black dragon's divine dragon body to grow stronger and recover its strength. But devouring the dragon bones had caused the black dragon's internal strength to undergo a gradual transformation. The difference between a mortal dragon and a true dragon, or a sky dragon, was not only in size, but more importantly, in terms of strength. If Kong Shinmu had fought one of the true dragons, then even with the devouring power, Kong Shinmu would not have been his opponent. Besides the difference in strength after transforming into a dragon, there was also a huge difference in strength. Perhaps, even if it was just an inheritor of the true dragon blood essence of the first layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, bombarding Jiang Shenwu's black dragon with the power of thunder or ice, it could easily and thoroughly kill him, not even giving him a chance to devour. Now, Kong Shinmu discovered that as he gradually devoured the blue ice dragon's bones, the strength in his body was gradually changing. It was constantly increasing, even towards the level of a true dragon. This black dragon was too strange. Kong Shinmu could not figure out how such a heaven-defying divine dragon's blood essence could exist in this world. I've never heard of an 80-foot mortal dragon. To think that it's so extraordinary. I wonder if I've really picked up a treasure, or if I've encountered a disaster. Fortune and disaster always came hand in hand. Kong Shinmu did not go wild with joy because of this. Although he had just escaped with his life, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. If he did not handle it well, he would become the enemy of the entire Jiang tribe. The dragon bones, the evidence, had to be thoroughly disposed of. Devouring was the best method. Not to mention, devouring the dragon bone essence could also increase the level of Kong Shinmu's strength, allowing him to advance towards the level of a true dragon. Of course, this process was very slow. Even after he devoured the entire blue ice dragon's bones, his level of strength had only increased by a little. He was still thousands of miles away from the level of a true dragon. As long as I can improve, there's hope. But in the future, I can't always find divine dragons to kill and devour, right? I wonder if devouring other monstrous beasts will have the same effect. Kong Shinmu still had a headache over this. If he could only devour divine dragons, it would be too difficult. According to his current progress, to raise his strength to the level of a true dragon, he would need to devour at least 100 divine dragons like Jiang Xinyu. Where would he find so many divine dragons? Even if he could find them, Kong Shinmu could not wantonly slaughter divine dragons. After all, there was still kindness in his heart. He could not find trouble with someone he had no grudge against. Sigh, I'll think about it when the time comes. I'll first devour Jiang Luo's dragon bones. After Kong Shinmu finished devouring Jiang Xinyu's blue ice dragon bones, he turned back to find the dragon bones left behind by the Dragon of Thunder. The ghastly white bones looked extremely terrifying in the dark night. The black dragon's claws were covered with devouring power. They descended from the sky and grabbed the dragon bones that were 120 feet long. The devouring operation began once again. In the night, without a sound, the dragon bones were completely devoured. They turned into power essence and merged into the black dragon's body. The sky gradually brightened. Although it was difficult, Jiang Shenwu still managed to devour the dragon bones of the two divine dragons in the end. In just one night's time, his improvement could be easily seen. The black dragon's body finally reached 100 feet long. This was the result of devouring the blue ice dragon's flesh and life essence. After devouring the dragon bones, the black dragon transformed the dragon bones' power essence into its own power. This strengthened its devouring power, allowing its power to advance towards the level of a true dragon. It's a pity that in order for the black dragon to become a true dragon, I have to devour at least 50 divine dragons like this. It's too difficult. Kong Shinmu thought to himself. He finally stopped his dragonification. The signs of battle were very obvious. At least the dense forest that had been destroyed by the lightning could not be restored. Kong Shinmu pondered for a while and decided to leave as soon as possible. Fortunately, Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo had been completely devoured by him. Even if others found the signs of battle, they would not know what had happened. No one would suspect Kong Shinmu. This was because Kong Shinmu had inherited the blood essence of an 80-foot ordinary dragon. He was weaker than any other dragon martial artist. In the eyes of others, it was impossible for Kong Shinmu to kill Jiang Xinyu and Jiang Luo. It was possible for anyone but Kong Shinmu. Kong Shinmu did not intend to tell anyone about this secret, not even his own mother. Most importantly, the devouring power of the black dragon's blood essence was too strange. If he told his mother, Gu Yuero, she would definitely be very worried about Kong Shinmu. Moreover, Kong Shinmu had seen his father, Jiang Zizai, being devoured by the black dragon. This was even more reason not to tell his mother. After taking a detour through the dense forest, Kong Shinmu quickly left the scene. Last night's battle did not leave any traces or aura behind. All that was left was a messy forest wreckage. Due to the long journey, Kong Shinmu moved quickly through the forest. He did not head in the direction of the Grand Prince's palace, but headed further into the forest. 3 days after the Flame Dragon sacrificial ceremony, the juniors of our clan who have just become dragons will go out to hunt demons. I still have 2 days left. I just need to return before the competition begins. Kong Shinmu thought to himself. The demon-slaying competition could only be participated by those from the Jiang tribe who had just stepped into the first tier of the Dragon Ascension realm. In the competition, the Jiang clan was divided into 5 divisions: North, South, East, West, and Grand Prince's Palace. They were all in a competitive relationship. Simply put, the ranking of the demon-slaying competition would determine the allocation of cultivation resources for a long period of time. Most importantly, it was the right to practice the dragon martial skill. Although they were all dragon martial skills, there were differences in strength. In the past, the Grand Prince's Palace would usually come out on top, so the younger generation of the Grand Prince's Palace would have more and better dragon martial skills to choose from. But this time, the situation would be different. That was because Jiang Liuxue, the daughter of the North Mansion Lord, had inherited the essence blood of the Heaven Dragon and the profound Sky Jade Flame Dragon during the Flame Dragon sacrifice. Her strength was definitely the strongest among all the people who had undergone dragonization this time. By participating in the demon beheading competition, the Northern Mansion would be ranked according to the 5 manners. That way, the Northern Mansion would gain a great advantage. It was to the point that the entire Jiang clan was filled with rumors that after the demon beheading competition, the Northern Mansion would slowly surpass the Grand Prince Mansion. For Kong Shinmu, this demon-slaying competition was extremely important. After all, it concerned his future cultivation resources, as well as the level of the dragon martial skill he could practice. And Jiang Liuxue, who had inherited the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon's blood essence, was like a mountain in front of Kong Shinmu. Although the demon-slaying competition was not a battle, the stronger one was, the greater the advantage, and not just a little. So, even if there were only 2 days left, Kong Shinmu did not want to waste it. He could use the time to slay demons alone, and familiarize himself with battling demonic beasts after transforming into a dragon. I've heard some seniors say that after transforming into a dragon, it won't be easy to hunt demonic beasts. That's because demonic beasts will run, and when they sense a divine dragon's aura from afar, they will scatter. So, even if there were only 2 days left, Kong Shinmu did not want to waste it. He could use the time to slay demons alone, and familiarize himself with battling demonic beasts after transforming into a dragon. So, he could not use his dragon transformation to slay demons. He could only use his human form to find a target, and then find an opportunity to kill it. This still required a certain level of skill. Strength did not necessarily mean that one could kill more demonic beasts. Kong Shinmu now wanted to familiarize himself with how to use his dragon transformation to quickly find and kill demonic beasts. Before transforming into a dragon, Kong Shinmu was already quite familiar with slaying demons. But after transforming into a dragon, the demonic beasts he faced were of a different level. They were stronger demonic beasts, so he had to cooperate with his dragon transformation to take them down. Now that I've familiarized myself with it, even if I have to kill one more demonic beast, it'll be good. With such thoughts in mind, Kong Shinmu gradually moved further and further away from the Grand Prince's palace. The location of the demon-slaying competition was different every time. It had not been confirmed yet, so he could only wait and see. So, no one could go to the demon-slaying competition's location in advance. The only thing Kong Shinmu could do was to familiarize himself with it as soon as possible, and master the tricks to hunting demonic beasts after transforming into a dragon. Chapter 3786. This towering rainforest was named the Driving Heavens Forest. In its deepest depths was the Driving Heavens Beast King, a powerful Fey beast that surpassed the Earth Fey level. Under the protection of the Driving Heavens Beast King, the Fey beasts in the Driving Heavens Forest were stronger. However, if they were only hunting ordinary Earth Fey in the outermost area, the Driving Heavens Beast King would not interfere. When they reached the outskirts of the Driving Heavens Forest, Jiang Rong and the other Jiang clan members stopped. Next, you will each head into the Driving Heavens Forest to hunt Earth Fey. There's no need to explain the rules of the demon-slaying training. The number of points awarded depends on the level of Earth Fey you kill. Finally, the 5 prefectures will be ranked according to your scores. As Jiang Rong spoke, he looked over at Jiang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu. No matter what, Jiang Rong was a director of the Grand Prince Palace. He did not want to see the Grand Prince Palace be surpassed by the other 4 palaces. However, this demon-slaying training would be very difficult. No matter how one looked at it, they knew that Jiang Liuxue, who represented the Jiang clan's northern prefecture, was the strongest. The demon-slaying training's points would most likely be the northern prefectures. There are 2 things that must be emphasized. Jiang Rong looked around and continued. First, do not go 100 miles into the Driving Heavens Forest, or you will attract the attention of the Driving Heavens Beast King. It will be extremely dangerous. Second, the Jiang clan members must not kill each other. Those who violate the rules will be punished according to the Jiang clan's commandments. These 2 points were ironclad rules that everyone had to abide by. No one could violate them, or else the Jiang clan's commandments were not to be trifled with. After emphasizing these points, the demon-slaying training officially began. After Jiang Rong gave the order, the youths who were participating in this demon-slaying trial rushed into the Heaven Drive Forest one after another. Each of them formed a small team of 4 or 5 people. There were also powerhouses who had obtained the true dragon's inheritance who advanced alone. There were more than 100 people, and they quickly disappeared into the dense, towering rainforest. The 20 people from the Grand Prince's mansion also split up into 5 groups. Other than Jiang Yuaning and Jiang Shenwu, the remaining 18 people were split into 4 groups and each of them ran into the heavenward thicket. Jiang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu weren't in a hurry. They followed behind the others leisurely and saw where the other teams were heading. Of course, this was only the initial direction. It was very likely that they would have to change directions later on. That would have to wait for the future. You will follow me. If we encounter any Earth Yao, don't attack first. Just let me attack first. You will be responsible for patrolling the surroundings while I am fighting, to prevent any sneak attacks from other Earth Yao. Jiang Yuaning said to Jiang Shenwu as she moved forward. In this dense forest, she deliberately lowered her voice, but it was still ethereal and pleasant, melodious and mellow. Yes. Kong Shinmu nodded. He was sure that his current combat strength was inferior to Jiang Yuaning's. It would be good for him to assist her from the side since she was the main force. At the same time, he had a higher opinion of Jiang Yuaning. At least she knew that she might be ambushed and wasn't arrogant just because she had just transformed into a dragon. In fact, the Jiang tribal clan's upper echelons had another purpose for this demon-slaying experience. It was to dampen the spirit of the newly transformed dragon warriors. Generally speaking, a dragon martial artist who had just transformed into a dragon would have a sense of arrogance in their heart. This arrogance would become their fatal weakness at some point in time. After the demon-slaying experience, the vast majority of the dragon warriors would retract their arrogance, because they would know that the dragon warriors were not invincible in this world, let alone the younger generation of the dragon warriors who had just transformed into dragons. With Jiang Yuaning in front and Kong Shinmu behind, they moved deeper into the Exorcist Forest. Soon, Kong Shinmu sensed the aura of Earth Yao. This Exorcist Forest was the territory of many Earth Yao. Even the small demon beasts in the periphery would have at least 2 or 3 Earth Yao. It wasn't easy to find a suitable target. Fortunately, ordinary Earth Yao were no match for dragon warriors of the same level. Furthermore, the Jiang tribal clan had experts patrolling nearby. Even if they encountered danger, their lives wouldn't be in danger. All they had to do was ask for help. Before they set off, everyone who participated in the demon slaying experience was given a flame explosion scroll by the Jiang tribal clan. This was a scroll that could quickly transmit information. By crushing it, one's location could be transmitted to the Jiang tribal clan's elders. In times of danger, one could crush the flame explosion scroll in their hands. The Jiang tribal clan's experts would quickly arrive at the scene. Of course, unless it was a life-and-death situation, no one would be willing to crush the flame explosion scroll to ask for help. This meant that the person would be removed from the demon-slaying experience and lose their qualifications. The Earth Yao killed would be reduced to 0, which could lead to the failure of the clan. Kong Xinmu followed behind Jiang Yuaning and gradually entered the depths of the Exorcist Forest. The surroundings were already filled with the aura of demon beasts. Kong Xinmu was extremely sensitive to this and could even smell the possible types of demon beasts in the surroundings. Jiang Yuaning, let's move a little to the left. Soon, Kong Xinmu said to the slim figure in front of him. Hearing this, Jiang Yuaning asked curiously why. If we keep moving forward, we will encounter 2 Earth Yao at the same time. Moreover, they are tiger-type Earth Yao and are extremely aggressive. Kong Xinmu said in a low voice. He had smelled the aura of tiger-type demon beasts before, so he was most familiar with them. Now, he was certain that there were 2 tiger-type Earth Yao in front of them. If they were to pounce together, it would be very troublesome. Of course, Kong Xinmu wasn't worried that he and Jiang Yuaning together would not be a match for the 2 tiger-type Earth Yao. It was just that this place was complicated and he didn't want to be in a stalemate with them. If he couldn't quickly finish off his opponent, it was very likely that he would be held up by them. In the end, he would be besieged by the Earth Pangolin and Silver-Feathered Bird. Yes. Jiang Yuaning was a little surprised that Kong Xinmu could actually sense the aura of the Earth Yao. Fortunately, she still believed in Kong Xinmu and turned to the left, deviating from their original direction. In the Drive Heaven Forest, every tree was so tall that it was almost impossible to see the top. These trees were extremely sturdy. Even if demonic beasts of the Earth Yao level fought, these trees would rarely be destroyed. The entire Drive Heaven Forest was a dense forest world. After Jiang Yuaning changed her direction, she didn't encounter any problems. Some ordinary demonic beasts had already sensed the approach of the dragon martial artist and had long fled far away. Even before they entered the Drive Heaven Forest, many demonic beasts had already received the news and rushed to spread the news, retreating into the depths of the Drive Heaven Forest. This also led to almost no one being able to find any demonic beasts in the beginning. However, when the group of people went 10 miles deep into the Drive Heaven Forest, the situation began to become complicated. Jiang Yuaning and Kong Xinmu's side occasionally encountered demonic beasts on the ground and in the air. They continued to move forward, alarming many ordinary demonic beasts that were resting. However, the 2 of them had no interest in ordinary demonic beasts, because killing these demonic beasts wouldn't add points to the demon-slaying experience points. Only killing Earth Yao would do. Jiang Yuaning, follow me. After about 15 miles, Kong Xinmu suddenly felt an unusual aura. He called out to Jiang Yuaning softly and then directly rushed to the side. Jiang Yuaning didn't expect that Kong Xinmu would leave just like that. She was secretly a little annoyed, but she couldn't watch Kong Xinmu take the risk alone. Maybe Kong Xinmu had discovered something, so she hurriedly followed. When she caught up with Kong Xinmu, she found that Kong Xinmu had indeed found an Earth Yao. This Earth Yao was a purple scorpion that wasn't considered big. It was hidden in the dense forest. If it wasn't for Kong Xinmu's keen sense of smell, he wouldn't have been able to find this purple scorpion. However, since he had found an Earth Yao alone, Kong Xinmu certainly wouldn't miss it. The hunt had begun. Be careful of the scorpion's stinger. It's very poisonous, Kong Xinmu said to Jiang Yuaning. Then, he flashed to the other side and blocked the other exit of the dense forest. At the same time, he surrounded the purple scorpion with Jiang Yuaning. It's actually a 3rd layer Earth Yao. Kong Xinmu, be careful. Let me deal with it, Jiang Yuaning said cautiously. This was also the first time she had encountered an Earth Yao. Moreover, it was a 3rd layer Earth Yao. The opponent's strength was extremely strong. She had to focus all her attention on the enemy. As for the surrounding security, she would leave it to Kong Shin-mu. The fact that Kong Shin-mu could find this purple scorpion Earth Yao through his keen sense of smell meant that Kong Shin-mu could take on the role of security in this Tianchu forest. Jiang Yuaning was even more at ease with him. The purple scorpion was originally hiding in the dense forest to rest, but it didn't expect someone to disturb it. It immediately became very angry. The purple scorpion was naturally a little afraid of the dragon warrior. However, it saw that it was just a little guy who had just transformed into a dragon. Why would it be afraid? Just as Kong Shin-mu and Jiang Yuaning surrounded the purple scorpion Earth Yao, the purple scorpion began to move. It was as swift as the wind. It swiftly passed through the dense forest and attacked Jiang Yuaning like a purple stream of light. Charm of wind. Break. Facing the attack of the purple scorpion Earth Yao, Jiang Yuaning was not flustered. Her graceful figure danced and brought up a gust of wind. She aimed at the purple stream of light and blasted it out. The gust of wind and the stream of light collided and exploded. The purple scorpion's figure was immediately sent flying. After all, this scorpion was too small. Its most powerful ability was probably its poison. Fighting against such an Earth Yao required agility. Otherwise, if one was accidentally pricked by the scorpion, their life would be in danger. However, in terms of agility, Jiang Yuaning did not need others to worry about her. Her graceful figure danced like the wind as she traveled through the dense forest, continuously using the charm of wind martial skill to fight against the purple earth demon. Even though she had not transformed into a dragon, she was not at a disadvantage at all. Heaven Swallowing Chronicles will be released tomorrow. 10 chapters will be released. It will be updated in May with more than 400,000 words. Please look forward to it. Heaven Swallowing Chronicles is now available on all major platforms, such as mobile and reading. Please support this new book. Chapter 3787. Kong Shin-mu did not go far, but was constantly vigilant to the left and right, in case of any sudden danger. In the field, the battle between Jiang Yuaning and the purple scorpion earth demon was in full swing. Both sides were extremely agile, constantly traversing through the sky-dry forest, their figures as fast as lightning. It seemed that the outcome of the battle would not be decided in a short period of time. Jiang Shenwu couldn't help even if he wanted to, because once he was stabbed by the purple scorpion earth demon and was poisoned, it was very likely that he would die. Even if he transformed into a dragon, it would be useless. Even though his agility was comparable to Jiang Yuaning's, after she stepped into the first layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, her movement seemed to be more agile, which was something Kong Shin-mu could not match. Ha! Suddenly, Kong Shin-mu felt a dangerous aura in the dense forest around him, which made him suddenly alert, but he did not see any movement in the surrounding dense forest. This made him more cautious, slightly frowning. The next moment, as if he had sensed something, he suddenly transformed into a black dragon. The imposing manner of the dragon warrior burst out, and at this time, 2 blue scorpion earth demons flew out from the ground, broke through the ground, and launched a sneak attack on Jiang Yuaning from the left and right. These 2 blue scorpion earth demons were both at the second layer of the earth demon realm, a little weaker than the purple scorpion earth demon, but their combined combat strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Not to mention the poison they carried was definitely enough to make Jiang Yuaning lose most of her combat strength. Such a scene made Jiang Yuaning a little flustered. After all, she did not have much experience in fighting against earth demons. However, Kong Shin-mu unexpectedly transformed into a dragon before the 2 blue scorpion earth demons appeared. This alertness immediately amazed Jiang Yuaning, and made her evaluation of Kong Shin-mu rise to another level. No matter what level of divine dragon inheritance essence Kong Shin-mu inherited, at least his combat talent was very terrifying, much stronger than ordinary people. 2 blue scorpion earth demons charged toward Jiang Yuaning at high speed. However, the black dragon that Kong Shin-mu had transformed into was slightly faster than the scorpions. After all, he had already sensed the scorpion's movements in advance. Thus, after transforming into a dragon, his dragon tail swept out instantly, sending one of the scorpions flying. As for the other, the black dragon condensed a pitch-black devouring force on its claws and directly clawed at the hard shell of the scorpion. The devouring power immediately wrapped around the scorpion. Furthermore, the dragon's claws grabbed at a very tricky position, preventing the blue scorpion from using the stinger on its tail to attack the black dragon. The black dragon pounced fiercely, causing a huge commotion in the dense forest. The aura of the divine dragon spread even more. The captured blue scorpion instinctively tried to attack the black dragon with its stinger, but it found that it couldn't reach the black dragon's body. It immediately began to struggle. Although the black dragon was only 30 meters long, it was still much larger than this scorpion earth demon. In terms of strength, it was definitely many times stronger than the scorpion earth demon. The most powerful part of scorpion demonic beasts was the venom in their bodies. The simplest way to attack was, of course, to stab the enemy's body with a highly toxic stinger, causing the enemy to be poisoned and lose the ability to fight. Even weaker opponents would be easily poisoned to death. However, this didn't mean that this was their only means of attack. When the earth scorpion discovered that it was being held down by the black dragon's claw, its entire body immediately emitted a multicolored glow that covered its hard carapace. Multicolored scorpion. Kong Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning could tell at a glance that this scorpion was a multicolored scorpion, a highly toxic demonic beast. The amount of venom in its body was definitely enough to kill a dragon martial artist who was one level higher than it. Even if it was a multicolored scorpion of Earth Demon level 1, if it injected all its venom into the body of a dragon martial artist who was at the 3rd level of the Dragon Ascension realm, the dragon martial artist would definitely die. Once the multicolored scorpion adopted a defensive posture, its whole body would be covered with a layer of multicolored venom. Anyone who touched it would be poisoned. Obviously, it was too late for Kong Xinmu to let go of the other party. The multicolored venom quickly spread to the black dragon's claws and spread deep into the black dragon's body, eroding inside. The invasion of the venom was a matter of a moment. Kong Xinmu couldn't react at all, and the poison invaded the black dragon's body. However, he didn't panic. Although the situation was critical, since he was already poisoned, he couldn't retreat. Once he retreated, Jiang Yuaning would definitely not be the opponent of the 3 multicolored scorpions alone. He didn't want to crush the burning explosion scroll here. According to his previous experience, Kong Xinmu had a guess in his heart, and now was the right time to implement it. When he devoured the Dragon of Thunder's life essence, he felt that the black dragon's resistance to the power of thunder had increased to a very strong level in a short period of time. It was the same when he devoured the blue ice dragon that Jiang Xinyu had transformed into. During that period of time, the black dragon's resistance to the power of ice had increased a lot. So now, he wanted to try and see if he could increase the black dragon's resistance to venom in a short period of time by devouring the flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion. If he succeeded, then he could really hold back the 2 multicolored scorpions of the 2nd level Earth Demon level, at least for a long time. Even if he failed, he could crush the burning explosion scroll directly. There was no need to worry about his life. There were many powerful antidotes in the Jiang tribe. As long as he was treated in time, his life wouldn't be in danger. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, Kong Xinmu would never crush the burning explosion scroll in his hand. At this moment, the devouring power was endless. It absorbed the flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion, continuously devouring it into his body. At the same time, the violent venom that had invaded his body did not take effect immediately. Instead, as Kong Xinmu devoured, the venom that had invaded his body seemed to be cleared. Without a doubt, this was the power of the devouring power. In a one-on-one battle, it could devour the opponent's flesh and life essence, and then increase the opponent's resistance to the power, achieving a miraculous effect. Kong Xinmu's devouring speed was not fast enough, so he could not increase his venom resistance to a certain level. As the venom invaded the black dragon's body, he felt his entire body show signs of numbness. Although he did not immediately lose the ability to fight, the numbness was becoming more and more serious. This was under the situation where the devouring power had increased his venom resistance. If not for the devouring power, he might not have been able to hold on. Immediately after, an even more pressing situation befell him. The multicolored scorpion demon that had been swept away by his tail finally turned around and flew directly to the back of the black dragon's body. The multicolored scorpion had a deep grudge against the black dragon, perhaps because it was angry that it had been swept away by the black dragon. It did not continue to sneak attack Jiang Yuaning, but instead targeted Kong Xinmu. It wanted to join forces with its companions to kill the black dragon first. This multicolored scorpion unleashed its ferocious nature. Even when facing the black dragon warrior, it did not have the slightest fear. It jumped up and raised its stinger, stabbing into the flesh on the back of the black dragon's body. An even stronger venom instantly invaded the center of the black dragon's body and spread throughout the black dragon's body. Fortunately, the multicolored scorpion's toxins were all of the same nature. Jiang Xinwu's devouring power had increased his resistance to the toxins of the multicolored scorpions. His resistance to the toxins of the multicolored scorpions had increased significantly, so he did not collapse from the toxins. Even so, when the venom of the two multicolored scorpions entered the black dragon's body, Kong Xinmu's consciousness became a little fuzzy. The entire black dragon's body became somewhat colorful, and it was obvious that he had been severely poisoned. However, the black dragon's stiff body did not let go of the multicolored scorpion in its claws. As the devouring power surged, the multicolored scorpion's flesh and life essence were constantly being absorbed and devoured, and it became weaker and weaker. The fierce hand-to-hand combat and tug-of-war made Jiang Yuaning, who was watching from the side, shudder with fear. She almost wanted to crush the flame explosion scroll in her arms. No matter what, she had to ensure Jiang Xinwu's life. However, when she took a closer look, she discovered that the colorful signs of poisoning on the black dragon that Kong Xinmu had transformed into seemed to have faded after a certain point in time. This situation surprised her. Although she didn't know what was going on, it seemed that Kong Xinmu was able to resist this kind of poison. Kong Xinmu is still conscious. If he really can't handle it, he'll surely crush the burning explosion scroll. I can't act recklessly, Jiang Yuaning thought. She focused on dealing with the Earth Demon Tier 3 5-colored scorpion. Since Kong Xinmu was still in danger, she knew that she had to end the battle quickly. Moonlight power. Break. On Jiang Yuaning's leisurely posture, a gorgeous moonlight color instantly condensed and shrouded her. It condensed into rays of moonlight sword energy that spread out from her jade-like fingers and swept toward the colorful scorpion sky-breaking attack. The power of moonlight was the talent that Jiang Yuaning had obtained from the divine dragon's blood essence. It was similar to the power of lightning and ice that Kong Xinmu had seen before, as well as the devouring power of Kong Xinmu's black dragon. Even if she didn't transform into a dragon, Jiang Yuaning could still use this innate ability. The moonlight sword chi swept over like a torrential downpour, and the 5-colored scorpion could only resist it head-on. This was because it was impossible for it to dodge at this moment. The sword auras with the power of moonlight covered the entire place with a sharp aura that could overturn the world. Chapter 3788. Faced with Jiang Yuaning's moonlight force and sword chi's brilliance, the multicolored scorpion's body glowed with 5 colors and actually sprayed venom in all directions. At the same time, the multicolored scorpion's hard shell lit up and covered all the soft and fragile parts of its body to defend itself. The venom spurted out and swept toward where Jiang Yuaning was. The multicolored scorpion must have consumed a lot of its energy by spraying venom like that, so it would not use it unless it was a critical moment. The eruption of venom outside its body was a fatal move for the multicolored scorpion. Jiang Yuaning was constantly paying attention to the scorpion's movements. When the venom spurted out, she immediately reacted, but she still did not manage to dodge it completely. Her figure was like a light breeze as she quickly retreated. However, some of the 5-colored venom still stained the corner of her clothes and quickly corroded them. Her expression changed because the venom seemed to be very fierce. If she did not deal with it, it was likely to spread to her body, and it would be troublesome when that happened. At the thought of this, Jiang Yuaning pursed her lips and raised her hand gently. The moonlight force circulated between her hands and turned into 2 moonlight sword gleams, which sliced the corners of her clothes that were stained with the multicolored scorpion's poison. As she retreated rapidly, the torn pieces of her clothes fluttered like fallen leaves, revealing some fair skin on her slender waist. Fortunately, the multicolored scorpion finally stopped and did not corrode her body. On the other hand, the multicolored scorpion was enveloped by her moonlight force and sword chi that filled the sky, swooped down and instantly bombarded the multicolored scorpion's hard shell. There was a loud explosion. The attack that the multicolored scorpion endured was clearly beyond its defensive ability. The entire shell on its body was blasted with some sword chi marks, and some parts were even pierced through, causing a lot of venom to drip out. After this wave of attacks, the multicolored scorpion was severely injured even if it did not die. It was basically impossible for it to fight Jiang Yuaning again. Jiang Yuaning could not be bothered to check on the situation of the multicolored scorpion. She turned her head and frowned as she looked in the direction of Kong Xinmu. The 2 multicolored scorpions of the second layer of the Earth Demon realm were being held back by the black dragon that Kong Xinmu had transformed into. Right now, the entire black dragon's body had become multicolored, extremely beautiful. However, this meant that Kong Shinmu had been poisoned. However, even so, Kong Shinmu still held the first multicolored scorpion tightly, and there was a strange pitch-black power surging on his dragon claws. Jiang Yuaning naturally didn't know that this was the devouring force, but she couldn't care less now. She just couldn't let Kong Shinmu be poisoned to death. With a move of her feet, her somewhat disheveled figure swept over like a gust of wind. The power of the moonlight condensed into an awe-inspiring palm wind, heavily striking the multicolored scorpion on the back of the black dragon. This palm wind imbued with the power of moonlight sent the multicolored scorpion flying into the nearby forest. The scorpion's stinger was finally pulled out of the black dragon's back, allowing Jiang Shunwu to relax quite a bit. He gradually controlled the speed at which the poison spread throughout his body. As his devouring force continued to devour the flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion, his black dragon body became more resistant to the poison of the multicolored scorpion. Moreover, when the multicolored scorpion behind him was sent flying by Jiang Yuaning, Kong Shinmu could already feel that the poison in his body was gradually being expelled. The flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion had a certain natural resistance to poison. After absorbing it, Kong Shinmu's resistance to poison was greatly enhanced for a short period of time. In addition, the body of all divine dragons had some immunity to all kinds of powers. After the enhancement, the poison in Kong Shinmu's body was gradually expelled. "Kong Shinmu, how are you?" Jiang Yuaning asked softly. "Don't worry. I'm all right." Kong Shinmu answered with difficulty. Then, his entire black dragon body suddenly flipped, and a pitch-black devouring force surged on his dragon fangs. He immediately bit the multicolored scorpion. The black dragon body was 100 feet long, much larger than the multicolored scorpion. At this moment, the dragon's fangs pierced through the hard shell of the scorpion. In addition, Kong Shinmu was now basically immune to the scorpion's poison. Finally, the scorpion was seriously injured. The dragon's claws moved at the same time and slapped the multicolored scorpion's broken shell. Once, twice. After 3 slaps, the multicolored scorpion was already a pile of meat paste. Even though it was a powerful existence in the second layer of the Earth Demon realm, the flesh and life essence of the multicolored scorpion were almost completely absorbed by Kong Shinmu. Now that Kong Shinmu was no longer afraid of the scorpion's poison, he could easily slap the scorpion to death. This situation surprised Jiang Yuaning. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She did not expect Kong Shinmu to suddenly become so ferocious. Originally, she thought that under the pincer attack of the 2 multicolored scorpion, Kong Shinmu would not even have the strength to fly after being poisoned. Now, it seemed that the poison did not have any effect on him. The multicolored scorpion's poison in the black dragon body gradually faded. After devouring enough poison resistance, Kong Shinmu's injuries were also recovering rapidly. After all, it was an existence in the second layer of the Earth Demon realm. Apart from being poisoned, its life force was also extremely tenacious. After being devoured by Kong Shinmu, the black dragon body's recovery speed became extremely fast. From being completely crushed in the beginning, Kong Shinmu completed a shocking reversal. Not only did he crush one of the multicolored scorpion, but he also basically recovered to his peak state. This was the domineering power of devouring. It was unreasonable. At this moment, Jiang Yuaning also seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. The reflection of the black dragon's body appeared in her beautiful eyes. It seemed that this black dragon's body had reached a length of 30 meters. Wasn't Kong Shinmu only able to transform into an ordinary dragon when he first obtained the inheritance blood essence? Because of this, Kong Shinmu was ridiculed by others. But now, how could this black dragon's body reach 30 meters? The growth of a divine dragon's body was not something that had never happened before, but to say that it had only happened in 3 days, it was too unbelievable. Jiang Yuaning buried this question in her heart and turned to defend. The purple scorpion in the 3rd layer of the Earth Demon realm had not been completely killed by her. It was almost recovering. Although it had suffered serious injuries from the moonlight sword Qi Rain, the multicolored scorpion did not die. Its body had turned from purple to multicolored. The poison was spreading on the surface of its body. The nearby flowers and plants rapidly withered in a short period of time. It was obvious how vicious the poison was. Jiang Yuaning's expression was extremely solemn. If she had been poisoned, She could only crush the explosive flame scroll and rely on the Jiang clan's antidote to survive. So no matter what, she could not be poisoned. Although she did not know how Kong Shinmu had resisted the poison, it was Kong Shinmu's secret. She could not ask. If she could, she believed that Kong Shinmu would have told her long ago. She was constantly on guard against the multicolored scorpion's comeback, but it did not seem to have any intention of continuing the fight. After moving twice with great difficulty, the 5 colors on the Earth Demon third layer 5-colored scorpion's body gradually faded, gradually returning to a deep purple color. Then, it actually quickly retreated backwards. This guy had escaped. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts after all. They treasured their own lives. Seeing that they could not win, it was normal for them to escape. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yuaning was tempted to give chase. After all, defeating a third-layer Earth Demon would give her a lot of demon-slaying experience points. However, when she glanced at the black dragon that Jiang Shenwu had transformed into, she suppressed the thought of chasing after the 5-colored bright-colored scorpion. Instead, she turned around and walked towards Jiang Shenwu. The second-layer Earth Demon multicolored scorpion did not appear again after being blown away by Jiang Yuaning's moonlight power. It was unknown if it had escaped or was waiting in the dark. Regardless, Jiang Yuaning maintained her vigilance and approached Kong Shinmu. "How are you?" she asked with concern. "I'm fine. I won't die. I just need to force the poison out of my body. I need you to protect me for a while." As Kong Shinmu spoke, he retracted his black dragon form and returned to his human form. At this moment, his body was still flowing with the multicolored scorpion's poison. It was only because his body's resistance to poison had increased that he was temporarily fine. He also knew that the various elemental resistances obtained from the devouring power would only have an effect for a short period of time. It would probably disappear after a while. At that time, even if there were still toxins remaining in his body, he would still die. Therefore, the poison in his body had to be forced out of his body. "Okay, call me immediately if you need help." Jiang Yuaning did not dare to be careless. After giving some instructions to Kong Shinmu, she retreated to a nearby place and began to patrol the dense forest. Kong Shinmu had bought her some time. Now, she had to ensure Kong Shinmu's safety and not let anything threaten Kong Shinmu. Her slender waist revealed some white skin, which was a little indecent. She casually broke 2 leaves the size of a cattail leaf fan and tied a tough rattan around her waist to temporarily cover it. This way, it would be more convenient for her to move around. She patrolled the area and found that the multicolored scorpion had indeed escaped. However, she was not completely relieved. After all, the multicolored scorpion could drill into the ground. If it wanted to launch a sneak attack, she had to react immediately. Otherwise, she might be hit. In the meantime, she dealt with the corpse of the multicolored scorpion that had been smashed by Kong Shinmu's dragon claw and took out the Earth Demon's demon core. This was a level 2 Earth Demon. This demon core could increase the demon-slaying experience points of the Grand Prince's mansion by 2 points. It was the first reward for Jiang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu's team. The new book Heaven Devouring Chronicles had been released. Many places could be read. There were more than 1,000,000 words. It was recommended that everyone read it. Chapter 3789. How are the others doing? After the situation stabilized, Jiang Yuaning began to think about the next battle strategy. As for Kong Shinmu, he could only stay where he was and force all the poison out of his body. A dragon martial artist who had reached the ascending dragon realm could freely control the divine dragon blood in his body and slowly expel the poison from his body. However, this process required some time. Coincidentally, what Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning needed the most now was time to save time. The demon-slaying experience would last for 3 days. After 3 days, it would be time to summarize the results of the 5 prefectures. Therefore, they had to kill earth demons as quickly as possible during this period. At this moment, Jiang Shenwu was extremely anxious in his heart. However, being anxious was useless. He knew in his heart that if he did not expel the poison from his body, it would take effect in less than 24 hours. By then, he would not be able to rely on devouring the flesh and life essence of the 5-colored scorpions to strengthen his resistance against the poison. "I'll probably need another hour to expel all the poison from my body," Kong Shinmu estimated and said to Jiang Yuaning. Jiang Yuaning nodded. Just focus on expelling the poison. I'll be on guard. The situation just now was extremely dangerous. If not for Kong Shinmu blocking the 2 5-colored scorpions for her, she would probably be dead by now. The poison from the 3 5-colored scorpions was too strong. She might not even have the chance to crush the explosive coil before she was paralyzed by the poison. In that case, it would be a dead end for her. Although it was not clear, Kong Shinmu had definitely helped Jiang Yuaning a lot. Moreover, he had obtained a demon core of a second heaven-earth demon. It was not a bad result. After all, this was just the beginning of the demon-slaying experience. As time passed, the poison in Kong Shinmu's body was expelled, and the remaining poison in his body was decreasing. Under Jiang Yuaning's protection, there were no accidents. The 2 multicolored scorpions that had escaped previously did not appear in front of them again. Demonic beasts were also intelligent. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Since they couldn't win, they would run. They wouldn't treat their lives as a joke. A battle had occurred here, and even the 5-colored bright scorpion had been chased away. In that case, there definitely wouldn't be any other demonic beasts nearby. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Therefore, Jiang Yuaning was a little bored waiting, but she didn't dare to be careless. In the Heaven Drive forest, there was danger everywhere and at any time, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Fortunately, Kong Shinmu's efficiency in expelling the poison was not slow. After an hour, there was not much poison left in his body. To be on the safe side, Kong Shinmu did not immediately stop expelling the poison. Instead, he continued to circulate the Black Dragon's inherited blood essence in his body, continuing to purify his bloodline. The dragon martial artist's recovery ability was extremely strong because of the divine dragon blood essence. The power in the body that did not belong to them could be expelled with the divine dragon blood essence, and they also had a good physical body reconstruction ability. Even though he had just received the inheritance of the divine dragon's blood essence and had just gained the ability to transform into a dragon, the powerful recovery ability of a dragon martial artist was already ingrained in his bones. All right. Soon, Kong Shinmu confirmed that there was no poison left in his body, and finally stood up. He looked around and found that the poison that had been forced out of his body had killed all the flowers and plants in the nearby dense forest. The area where he sat quietly to expel the poison was surrounded by a deathly gray color. The multicolored scorpion's poison was definitely not to be underestimated. This battle could be said to be extremely thrilling, and Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning almost fell into a dangerous situation. Fortunately, in the end, the 2 of them managed to pull through. Then let's continue forward. Jiang Yuaning finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him stand up. Fortunately, Kong Shinmu was fine. Otherwise, the situation would not be good. From the battle just now, it could be seen that if she, Jiang Yuaning, hadn't brought Kong Shinmu with her, something might have really happened. Even if she had obtained the true dragon's inherited blood essence, she couldn't be careless in the Heaven Drive forest. If it was a head-on battle, Jiang Yuaning wouldn't be afraid of the 2nd or 3rd layer earth demon, but the multicolored scorpion was too insidious. If she wasn't careful, it would be fatal. The 2 of them got up, prepared a little, and continued forward. Jiang Yuaning's clothes had been damaged by the multicolored scorpion's poison. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and cut off the corner of her clothes, but it still made her look a little miserable. The 2 of them didn't have the time to care about this. Time was tight, and they had to quickly obtain more Earth Demon cores. Heaven Drive Forest was densely packed with Earth Demons, but as the Jiang clan's dragon warriors continued to push forward, the Earth Demons on the periphery all fled deeper into the Heaven Drive Forest. If they weren't fast enough, they wouldn't even be able to see a single Earth Demon. Soon, the 2 of them had advanced a few miles. They could feel the sounds of fighting coming from ahead, mixed with some shouts. It seemed like the battle was quite intense. Let's go take a look. Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning looked at each other and nodded. They then quietly moved forward. In this situation, they didn't know who was fighting, so it was necessary to be cautious. When the time came, their actions would depend on the situation. The 2 of them followed the sounds and moved forward. Before they got close, they hid in the dense forest trees. Gradually, they heard some information. It's people from the southern residence. There should only be 5 of them. They are all mortal dragon inheritors, and like us, they encountered the multicolored scorpion. Jiang Yuaning heard the sounds and explained to Kong Shinmu, It seems that one of them has been poisoned and crushed the burning explosion scroll. It's a pity that the rescue team hasn't arrived yet. Can he still hold on? Kong Shinmu's face sank. After all, they were all from the Jiang clan. Although they were in a competitive relationship, it wasn't Kong Shinmu's style to leave them in the lurch. If he could help, it would be best to do so. If we don't help, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on much longer. Let's do it, Jiang Yuaning said softly, and then her figure moved. She came out from the shadows and floated towards the center of the field. Moonlight power was already circulating in her hands. Kong Shinmu did not follow. He only took a small step forward and observed from the side. He discovered that in the dense forest ahead, there were indeed 5 dragon warriors from the southern residents of the Jiang clan. They were in a stalemate with a multicolored scorpion. This multicolored scorpion was the one that had been seriously injured by Jiang Yuaning's moonlight sword energy. It was at the 3rd level of the Earth Demon realm. At this moment, the originally purple scorpion Earth Demon realm was covered in multicolored poison. Its stinger had pierced into the body of one of the dragon warriors, causing the dragon warrior's body to become multicolored. The poison had entered his body, and he had completely lost the ability to fight. The other 4 did not dare to make a move. They were afraid that if they approached the scorpion, they would be completely finished. On the ground, there were traces of a burning explosion scroll being crushed. It seemed that it had been crushed not long ago, and the rescue team would not be able to arrive so quickly. However, the aura of the dragon warrior that had been poisoned was extremely weak. Jiang Yuaning saw this situation and decided to make a move. Moonlight power condensed into sword energy and descended from the sky. The multicolored scorpion had been seriously injured by such a move. Now that it saw that Jiang Yuaning had caught up to it, it naturally wanted to escape. Without hesitation, it let go of the prey in its hand. The moonlight sword energy pierced through the air. It came too suddenly. The multicolored scorpion had only run a little before it was caught up by the sword energy that was like a gale and landed on its hard body. Pull him away. As Jiang Yuaning attacked, she shouted to the others beside her. The other dragon warriors from the southern residents immediately reacted and pulled their paralyzed companions to the side as fast as they could. As expected, as soon as they pulled their companions away, the multicolored scorpion suffered another heavy blow and finally erupted. Multicolored venom sprayed in all directions. The poison had killed a large area of flowers and plants in the vicinity. Even some of the giant trees had been corroded by the poison and turned ash-gray. If they hadn't pulled their companion away, that guy would have been completely covered by the poison by now. That would have been the end of him. Following the outbreak of the multicolored scorpion, the entire forest was in a mess. The flowers and plants withered. However, the multicolored scorpion had suffered 2 serious injuries in a row and could not take it anymore. The monster core of this 3rd-layer earth demon was about to be in their hands. At this moment, the ground where the multicolored scorpion was suddenly loosened. Then, a blue scorpion suddenly broke out of the ground and grabbed the heavily injured multicolored scorpion. Then it dragged it into the ground. Trying to run? Jiang Yuaning frowned. She immediately saw through the other party's intentions. Of course, she would not let them succeed. She circulated the power of the moonlight and once again turned into a palm wind. The palm wind tore through the air like the moonlight shining on the earth. It seemed gentle, but in fact, it contained brute force. In an instant, the 2 multicolored scorpions that had gathered together were sent flying. They lost their balance and crashed into a large rock. Jiang Yuaning's timely attack prevented the other party from escaping. Obviously, the multicolored scorpion that suddenly appeared was one of the ones that had teamed up against Kong Shinmu. It just so happened that the 2 that had escaped were now gathered here. Jiang Yuaning was a little out of breath after using all kinds of methods. However, she knew that now was not the time to relax. The power of the moonlight once again condensed into rays of sword light beside her, ready to be launched. Dragon warriors could be said to be quite aggrieved when fighting against the multicolored scorpion, because they could not transform into a giant dragon to fight. Otherwise, they would not be flexible and their huge bodies would be easy for the opponent to take advantage of. Of course, this rule did not apply to divine dragons like Kong Shinmu who had the ability to devour. The power of the moonlight and the sword chi were overturned. Jiang Yuaning gathered the last of her strength and suddenly erupted. She finally enveloped the 2 multicolored scorpions and completely killed them. Chapter 3790. From the moment Zhang Yuaning's figure flashed and attacked, to the moment the two five-colored scorpions were killed, only a few blinks of an eye had passed. The other four southern residents dragon warriors from the Zhang clan's southern residents finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Zhang Yuaning kill the five-colored scorpion. Of course, they still did not dare to approach. In fact, even Zhang Yuaning did not dare to approach the corpse of the five-colored scorpion. Even though she had killed it with the power of moonlight and sword qi, the dense forest was still covered in the five-colored scorpion's venom. It was scattered all over the ground, causing countless plants to wither. The scene was a mess and extremely terrifying. This kind of demon beast is really difficult to deal with. This venom forced us to not even dare to transform into dragons. Its body is still small and hard to detect when it hides. It's really disgusting. One of the southern residents' dragon warriors said in a deep voice. They had crushed the scorpion explosion scroll, so the Zhang clan's reinforcements were definitely on the way. However, because the poison person had crushed the scorpion explosion scroll, he had definitely lost the right to participate in the demon-slaying training. Their five-man team had lost a member without any harvest. This was not a good sign. That's right. If we hadn't encountered such a venomous creature, but a demon beast like a lion, tiger, or leopard, our five-man team would have had the ability to kill it. Another dragon martialist from the southern mansion said fiercely. Kong Shinmu saw everything clearly from the side, so he naturally did not believe it. Just now, one of them had been controlled by the five-colored scorpion and attacked with its venom, but the other four did not dare to move forward. It could be seen how strong they were. Even if they hadn't encountered the five-colored scorpion, but a demon beast like the lion, tiger, or leopard, would they really be able to deal with it? Kong Shinmu had his doubts. Taking advantage of the fact that his body still had a strong resistance to venom, Kong Shinmu walked over after Zhang Yuaning killed the two five-colored scorpions. When he stepped onto the withered grass that was covered in poison, the expressions of the four dragon warriors of the southern mansion all changed. Of course, they recognized Kong Shinmu's identity. Wasn't he the publicly recognized genius of the Zhang clan, Kong Shinmu, who had only obtained the inheritance blood essence of an 80-foot ordinary dragon during the flame dragon ritual? Just now, Kong Shinmu had been hiding on guard, and the four of them had been paying attention to the battle between Zhang Yuaning and the multicolored scorpion, so they hadn't noticed Kong Shinmu. Only now did they know that Kong Shinmu was working together with Zhang Yuaning. Zhang Yuaning looked at Zhang Shenwu stepping on the withered grass, and seeing that he wasn't affected by the poison, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhang Shenwu would act recklessly. However, from the looks of it, Kong Shinmu seemed to have a strong resistance to poison. What was going on? Zhang Yuaning couldn't figure it out, but she didn't ask. There were some things that she and Kong Shinmu weren't close enough for her to pry into. Kong Shinmu stepped onto the withered grass that had been infected by the poison, then walked in front of the corpses of the two multicolored scorpions. Taking advantage of the fact that his body's resistance to poison hadn't weakened too much, he reached out his hand and extracted the monster cores from the bodies of the two multicolored scorpions. These two multicolored scorpions were killed by Zhang Yuaning, so it was only natural that Kong Shinmu would extract their monster cores as the result of the Grand Palace's demon-slaying hunt. However, upon seeing this scene, the expressions of the four dragon warriors from the southern mansion immediately changed. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stood up and shouted at Kong Shinmu. These two monster cores belong to our southern mansion. Although the last attack was done by Zhang Yuaning, we were the ones who seriously injured the multicolored scorpion. His words were a little funny. Zhang Yuaning raised her eyebrows. Are you sure that it was you who seriously injured the multicolored scorpion? I recognize this multicolored scorpion. It was the one that escaped after being seriously injured by me. I didn't expect that you guys couldn't even deal with a seriously injured earth demon. You've really lost face for the Zhang clan. In other words, she definitely wouldn't give up any of the monster cores. In other words, her appearance had even saved one of the five people from the southern mansion. Why should she give up the spoils to them? Kong Shinmu quickly returned with the two monster cores. He glanced at the four people from the southern mansion and didn't say anything. He only went to Zhang Yuaning's side and nodded at her. Zhang Yuaning understood what he meant and prepared to leave with him. The multicolored scorpion had been killed, so there was no need for them to stay. They had to quickly search for other prey. As for the monster cores, Kong Shinmu naturally couldn't give them to the four southern mansion dragon warriors. Firstly, without Zhang Yuaning, they wouldn't have been able to kill the multicolored scorpion. Secondly, without Kong Shinmu, no one would have been able to extract the monster cores from the poisonous land. In total, there are 3 multicolored scorpion and 3 monster cores. That's a total of 7 points. This is a pretty good harvest, but... Kong Shinmu thought to himself. Thinking of Zhang Liushua's battle power after obtaining the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon's blood essence, he felt a sense of pressure. At this moment, Zhang Liushua had probably obtained 10 to 20 points with the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon's blood essence. Kong Shinmu had no reason to relax. He had always believed that his future would not be any worse than Zhang Liushua's. Therefore, as a dragon warrior, he absolutely could not lose to Zhang Liushua in the demon-slaying experience. Otherwise, the gap between them would only grow. However, Zhang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu wanted to leave, but the 4 Southern Mansion dragon warriors did not allow it. Stop right there. The youth who looked like the leader took 2 steps forward. With a gloomy expression, he shouted, "You want to leave after taking the things? Leave behind one of the monster cores. Otherwise, even if you can leave, you will have to pay a great price. Have you forgotten that during the demon-slaying experience, we cannot attack our own people from the Zhang clan?" Zhang Yuaning did not stop walking. Without turning her head, she spoke indifferently. She was not worried that the other party would attack them. Besides, even if they did attack, why would she be afraid of them? Although the other party had 4 people, it could be seen from their battle with the 5-colored bright scorpion that the combat power of these 4 fellows was really ordinary. They could not even compare to Zhang Shenwu, who was looked down upon. How could Zhang Yuaning feel the slightest bit of fear against the threat of these 4 people? Zhang Yuaning's reply was clearly within the 4 dragon warriors' expectations. However, they did not give up. The 4 of them moved and blocked Zhang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu's path. The 4 of them approached from 4 different directions. The leader's eyes flashed with viciousness. Who would have thought that Lady Zhang Yuaning of the Grand Supreme Palace would dare to snatch our Southern Mansion's spoils of war? You're really bullying us. Even if we are not your match, we can't let you get away with it. That's right. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuaning would attack our own people? How unexpected. Another person chimed in. With these words, how could Kong Shinmu and Zhang Yuaning not know what the other party was thinking? What was worse was that there was no way a fight would happen because someone had crushed the explosive scroll. Calculating the time, the Zhang tribal clan's rescue team should be nearby. Sure enough, before Zhang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu could reply, 2 figures suddenly leaped out from the dense forest. One of the black figures quickly ran towards the poisoned Southern Mansion dragon warrior, while the other landed in front of Zhang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu. The 2 of them raised their heads and saw that it was a middle-aged man from the Zhang clan. Although his figure was thin, his aura was extremely tyrannical. Clearly, he was not someone that they, who had just transformed into a dragon, could compare to. You guys attacked your own people and snatched the spoils of war? The middle-aged man's words were directed at Zhang Yuaning. His tone was emotionless as he stood in front of the 2 like a mountain. Zhang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu were affected by the other party's aura and could not take another step forward. What do you mean by snatching the spoils of war? Although Zhang Yuaning couldn't move her feet, it wasn't like she couldn't even speak. She said coldly, "These 2 multicolored scorpions were killed by me and Zhang Shenwu. You can go and examine the corpses of the 2 earth demons and see what kind of injuries they have. As for attacking your own people? Do you believe what they say? Do you not know how to judge for yourself?" At such a time, if they lost in terms of aura, they would be weaker than the other party. It would be easier for the other party to grasp their weakness. Therefore, Zhang Yuaning argued for what was right and did not back down. Even when facing the Zhang tribal clan's reinforcements, she did not show the slightest bit of timidity or restraint. When the middle-aged man heard Zhang Yuaning's words, his expression was the same as usual. He only turned his head and glanced at the corpses of the 2 5-colored scorpions. As if he felt the poison that covered the ground, he turned his head to look at Kong Shinmu. His eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he was surprised that Kong Shinmu could pass through the poison to retrieve the monster core. As for who had the monster core, he could easily sense it. It could not escape his perception. The poison of the 3rd level of the Earth Demon Realm, 5-colored scorpions, is not something that an ordinary ascending dragon stage junior can withstand. Boy, you're quite interesting. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said such words. He did not mention the conflict just now, as if he was intentionally avoiding it. With just a glance, he could tell that all the wounds on the body of the 5-colored scorpions only had the aura of moonlight power. There was no aura of the 4 Southern Mansion dragon warriors. Even if there was a little, it was insignificant. It was not enough to seriously injure or even kill the 5-colored scorpions. Therefore, there was no need to argue about who killed the 2 5-colored scorpions. The truth was right in front of him. Moreover, to be able to obtain the monster core from the 2 5-colored scorpions, it was definitely not the 4 from the Southern Mansion. Thinking like this, the overall situation was incomparably clear. Chapter 3791. Kong Shinmu had obtained the 2 5-colored scorpions monster cores. In addition to the previous one, he had obtained a total of 3 monster cores. This was a decent harvest. However, this did not mean that Kong Shinmu's score was good. After all, it was obtained by him and Jiang Yuaning together. If it was divided equally, it was not much. Kong Shinmu was certain that Jiang Liuxue had obtained more monster cores. The middle-aged man from the Jiang clan quickly finished dealing with the matters here. The young dragon martial artist who was poisoned first was fed a detoxification pill. His condition quickly stabilized and he would recover after resting for a while. However, he had nothing to do with this demon-slaying experiential training. Crushing the flame explosion scroll meant that his demon-slaying experience had come to an end. Moreover, the points he had obtained would be completely reset to 0. He would not be able to enter the mansion that he belonged to. Secondly, the 4 young dragon martial artists from the southern residence wanted to accuse Jiang Xinwu and Jiang Yuaning of snatching their Earth Demon's demon core, and even accused them of attacking their own people. The experienced middle-aged man did not believe such words at all. There were many clues on the scene that allowed the middle-aged man to see what had just happened. Obviously, he would not believe such a made-up story. If the 4 people from the southern residence could successfully frame Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning, then to be honest, there was no need for the demon-slaying experience to continue. The 4 of you, I will warn you once. If you try to frame others again, your demon-slaying experience will be revoked. After the middle-aged man finished speaking to the 4 people, he left with his companions. Bringing along the poisoned young dragon warrior who had consumed the antidote, they turned around and disappeared in front of the crowd. Only Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning were left in the field, as well as the 4 young dragon warriors from the southern residence. The 4 clenched their teeth. They were naturally very dissatisfied with the middle-aged man's way of handling the situation. However, since they had been seen through, there was nothing else they could say. We shall see. The leader said to Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning in a low voice, then turned around and left with his people. The middle-aged man who had come to deal with the emergency had just left, and no one knew if he was nearby. They definitely did not dare to attack Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning. Moreover, even if they did attack, they were most likely not Jiang Yuaning's match. Of course, they could only leave. Moreover, even if they did attack, they were most likely not Jiang Yuaning's match. Of course, they could only leave. The people of the South Mansion are so funny. Forget it, let's move on. Although we've obtained 3 Earth Monster Cores, which gives us a total of 7 points, it's still a long way off for the Grand Prince Mansion to be ranked first. Jiang Yuaning said and walked forward. Jiang Xinwu followed behind her and did not say much. Instead, he was constantly sensing the situation around him and guarding against any sudden situations. In this heavenly drive forest, if one was not careful, it would be very easy to encounter danger. As they moved forward, the forest became denser and the aura of the beasts became stronger. At this point, some of the more powerful earth demons would not blindly advance into the depths of the forest. This was because the earth demons in the deeper parts of the forest were stronger, and some of the beasts were territorial. If the outer earth demons invaded the territory of the powerful earth demons, they would suffer a miserable fate. Therefore, it was better to fight outside than to face the powerful earth demons head-on. Therefore, the possibility of encountering the earth demons was much higher if they continued forward. Jiang Yuaning and Kong Shinmu were both on guard. One in front, the other behind. Kong Shinmu soon sensed the aura of a group of beasts in front of them. It's a tiger-type beast. It should be a small tribe of beasts. The strongest one should be a 3rd-layer earth demon, but there are 2 weaker ones. Kong Shinmu's keen sense of smell allowed him to sense the general situation in front of him. Jiang Yuaning discovered this situation a little later than Kong Shinmu. After all, both of them were at the first layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, and their perception ability was almost the same. But in terms of experience, Jiang Shinwu was obviously more experienced than Jiang Yuaning, so it was normal for him to perceive the situation ahead of her. Can you deal with the two small ones? Jiang Yuaning turned her head and asked Kong Shinmu in a low voice. Yes, you can deal with the big ones. But you have to deal with them quickly. I can only guarantee that I can hold the two small ones. Kong Shinmu nodded solemnly. This was indeed a challenge for him. Although the two tiger-type beasts were relatively weak, they were at least at the second layer of the Earth Demon realm. And tiger-type beasts had always been known for their violent destructive power. If Kong Shinmu was unable to resist the opponent's attack from the beginning, then he would not have the opportunity to devour the opponent's flesh and blood essence. Therefore, if he really wanted to deal with them, he must not face them head-on. Fortunately, there were not only 3 earth demons in the tribe of tiger-type beasts, but also some other ordinary beasts. Those ordinary beasts were not a threat to Kong Shinmu, who had already stepped into the Dragon Ascension realm, but he could quickly devour them to restore his strength and heal quickly. Since the Black Dragon Inheritance blood essence that Kong Shinmu had obtained contained a heaven-defying devouring power, he must make good use of this power, all for the sake of becoming stronger. He and Jiang Yuaning made a little preparation, then the two looked at each other and nodded to each other. Without any words, they could already see each other's plan from the other's eyes. The next moment, the two of them rushed out of the dense forest at an extremely fast speed and directly killed their way to the tribe of tiger-type beasts. In front of the two of them was a relatively spacious clearing in the forest. There were 2 low stone caves nearby, which should be the resting place of the tiger-type beasts. At this moment, there was a tiger-type beast at the second layer of the Earth Demon realm resting outside the stone cave, or it could be said to be vigilant of its surroundings. After all, these beasts understood the current situation in the Heaven Drive forest. A dragon martial artist had stepped into this place to hunt down these earth demons. Therefore, when Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning appeared, the tiger-type beast at the second layer of the Earth Demon realm immediately reacted and opened its mouth to roar angrily. It was a ferocious tiger-type beast that was 30 feet long, its eyes filled with endless ferocity. It could be seen that this tiger-type beast that had stepped into the Earth Demon realm had used the power of the earth to strengthen its limbs, making it extremely tyrannical and powerful. Leave this one to me. Its partner is running out of the stone cave. As Kong Shinmu spoke, he dashed towards the 30 feet long tiger-type beast. Before transforming into a dragon, Kong Shinmu looked like a tiny in front of the tiger-type beast. One of the tiger-type beast's legs was even longer than Kong Shinmu's entire body. However, when Kong Shinmu dashed over, he immediately transformed into a 30 feet long black dragon, and the intimidating aura of a dragon martial artist erupted in an instant. Kong Shinmu was very clear that he had no chance of winning if he didn't transform into a dragon when facing a demonic beast with extremely strong head-on combat like the tiger-type beast. Therefore, he simply transformed into a dragon from the very beginning and suppressed his opponent with his aura. The appearance of the black dragon slightly surprised the tiger-type beast, but after discovering that it was just an ordinary dragon, the tiger-type beast naturally felt relieved. A trifling 30 feet ordinary dragon, although its body was much larger than the tiger-type beast, its strength might not necessarily be comparable. The key point was that Kong Shinmu was only at the first layer of the Ascension Dragon realm, so naturally, he was looked down upon by this beast. The tiger-type beast's 4 limbs suddenly erupted with a powerful impact force. Its 4 limbs stomped on the ground, and the berserk power sent its entire body flying straight towards the black dragon. The tiger-type beast, like a meteor, instantly rushed towards the black dragon. Its 4 limbs carried a terrifying explosive power, and directly fell on the black dragon's body. The speed of the tiger-type beast was too fast. Before Kong Shinmu, who had transformed into a black dragon, could react, the tiger-type beast had already closed in on him, and then was bombarded by the tiger-type beast's explosive limbs. His entire body fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the jungle, breaking 2 giant trees. However, Kong Shinmu's reaction was also fast. It didn't matter if he was injured for the time being, since he could quickly recover by relying on the devouring power. However, he had to ensure that the tiger-type beast would not cause trouble for Jiang Yuaning. Because Jiang Yuaning had to be in perfect condition to fight the tiger-type beast tribe's leader, who was at the 3rd layer of the Earth Demon realm. Therefore, the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into turned over and stood up. Enduring the pain of being bombarded by the tiger-type beast, he brazenly launched a counterattack against the tiger-type beast. The pitch-black devouring power condensed on the dragon's claws, and the black dragon turned over and clawed at the tiger-type beast. However, its speed was still slower than the tiger-type beast. With a leap, the tiger-type beast easily dodged the black dragon's claws. After all, the tiger-type beast's strength was a level higher than Kong Shinmu's, and its speed and strength were much higher than his. Most importantly, the tiger-type beast had strengthened its limbs with the power of the earth, causing its speed and instantaneous explosive power to reach the extreme. However, Kong Shinmu was not that easy to deal with. When the tiger-type beast leaped to avoid the black dragon's claws, it did not expect Kong Shinmu to have a follow-up move. The dragon's tail had long been ready, and it swept out in the direction where the tiger-type beast dodged. The black dragon's huge strength immediately smashed the tiger-type beast, and it was ruthlessly smashed to the ground. With that, the tiger-type beast was temporarily under control. Immediately after, a tiger's roar was heard from the direction of the low cave once again. It traveled into the surrounding dense forest, and then another tiger-type beast that was even larger flew out. This tiger-type beast was the leader of the tiger-type beasts at the third layer of the Earth Demon realm. It had condensed a pair of wings with the power of the earth, allowing it to fly in the air. Moonlight Star Dragon? Show yourself! At the same time that the tiger-type beast appeared, Jiang Yuaning knew that an intense battle was coming. Since she had chosen to believe in Kong Shinmu, she no longer had to worry about the situation over there. She only had to focus on her opponent. Chapter 3792. The Moonlight Star Dragon that Jiang Yuaning had transformed into was 30 meters long. It was as dazzling as a star. Its blue-purple streamlined body was very eye-catching in the dense forest. It was very beautiful. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the beauty of her true dragon body, but her strength. Before Jiang Yuaning had transformed into a dragon, she could already use the power of moonlight to deal with the colorful scorpion, which was a third-tier earth demon. Now that she had transformed into a dragon, her true dragon body was obviously more powerful when using the power of moonlight. The leader of the flower tigers, which was a third-tier earth demon, spread its wings and flew out of the cave. It roared at the Moonlight Star Dragon and bit at it. The streamlined body of the Moonlight Star Dragon swayed easily and dodged the bite. Then, the power of moonlight covered the entire body of the true dragon, so that the body of the Moonlight Star Dragon was covered with moonlight sword aura. Under such circumstances, Jiang Yuaning boldly rushed toward the leader of the flower tigers. Her dragon claws quickly reached down and grabbed one of the tiger's hind legs. The flower tiger leader roared angrily. It spread its wings and flew to the side, bringing the 300-meter-long Moonlight Star Dragon with it as it fell to the ground. It was obvious that the other side had planned this. Just as both sides approached the dense forest, another violent flower tiger suddenly jumped out from the dense forest. It was the other earth demon of the tiger tribe, possessing the strength of a second-layer earth demon. This guy had been hiding in the beginning, waiting for the leader of the flower tigers and Jiang Yuaning to fight fiercely. Then, it suddenly appeared and attacked, suppressing the Moonlight Star Dragon in one fell swoop. This situation made Jiang Yuaning panic a little. It was not a problem to fight one against two, but the problem was that she had to fight two unprepared. She could not find the time to deal with the sneak attacker. Fortunately, Kong Shinmu appeared at this time. Just now, Jiang Shinwu was fighting with the first flower tiger berserk. After sweeping his opponent to the ground with his dragon tail, he used his dragon claws to hold it tightly. His devouring power continuously devoured the opponent's flesh and life essence. But now, when the third flower tiger earth demon appeared, Kong Shinmu gave up on the first flower tiger earth demon, turned around and charged straight at it. If the third tiger still wanted to attack Jiang Yuaning, it would definitely be bitten by the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into, or it would have to stop in its tracks to avoid Kong Shinmu's attack. Obviously, the other party didn't think that much. In the eyes of these three flower tigers, Kong Shinmu was nothing. After all, he was only a 10-zhang-long mortal dragon. No matter how strong he was, there was still a limit to how strong he was. Compared to Kong Shinmu, Jiang Yuaning's Moonlight Star Dragon was 300 feet long, which was 3 times the size of Kong Shinmu's Black Dragon. The opponent's main focus was definitely on Jiang Yuaning. This caused the third flower tiger to ignore Kong Shin-mu. All it wanted to do was to injure the Moonlight Star Dragon as soon as possible. In that case, there was basically no suspense in this battle. They could completely defeat the two divine dragons. Therefore, the third flower tiger did not dodge Kong Shin-mu's attack at all. Instead, it bit at the Moonlight Star Dragon that Jiang Yuaning had transformed into. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Kong Shin-mu. Roar! The black dragon that Kong Shin-mu had transformed into roared and rushed over. It opened its huge mouth and bit the back of the third flower tiger earth demon with its dragon teeth. Once bitten, Kong Shin-mu could no longer let go. The devouring power continued to gather at the dragon's teeth and began to devour the opponent's flesh, blood, and life essence. The flower tiger berserk had succeeded. It unleashed its berserk strength and knocked the Moonlight Star Dragon to the side. The Moonlight Star Dragon's back was pierced by the tiger's fangs, and blood began to spurt out. Jiang Yuaning was the first to be injured. But now, Kong Shin-mu had already bitten the third flower tiger earth demon. He would not give it a second chance to attack Jiang Yuaning. Hang in there. I can only deal with one at a time. Give me some time and I will come to help you soon. Kong Shin-mu could see that the flower tiger earth demon wanted to kill Jiang Yuaning first. After the first flower tiger earth demon got up, it looked at the situation and completely ignored Kong Shin-mu. Instead, it leaped toward the Moonlight Star Dragon from another direction. Its four limbs, which had been strengthened by the power of the earth, stomped heavily on the dense forest ground. Its huge body leaped high and attacked Jiang Yuaning. Hearing Long Yu's words, Jiang Yuaning immediately retracted her defense. The moonlight force condensed into a moonlight barrier on the surface of the real dragon's body. With the appearance of the moonlight barrier, the two flower tigers could not do anything to Jiang Yuaning. After all, Jiang Yuaning had transformed into a true dragon, the Moonlight Star Dragon. The combat power of a true dragon was much stronger than that of an ordinary dragon or a demonic beast. Even at a lower cultivation level, the Moonlight Star Dragon could hold on for a long time while fighting two opponents at the same time. This was a battle of pure strength. It was different from the battle with the five-colored scorpion. The difference in talent between the two sides could be seen. The Moonlight Star Dragon was not at a disadvantage even when fighting against two opponents. On the other hand, Kong Shin-mu, in his black dragon form, could only pin down a flower tiger in the second layer of the Earth Demon realm. However, under the current circumstances, Kong Shin-mu's side was the key to the whole battle. As long as Kong Shin-mu killed his opponent first, he could easily win this battle. However, if the black dragon that Jiang Shin-wu transformed into was killed by the berserk flower tiger, the result would be obvious. Jiang Yuaning could not deal with 3 berserk flower tiger earth demons by herself. In the eyes of these flower tigers, Kong Shin-mu would definitely die. There was nothing to worry about. However, only Kong Shin-mu knew that if he fought with this flower tiger alone, his opponent would definitely die. Moreover, he had already used his dragon teeth to bite down on his opponent. His devouring power was constantly being activated. Under such circumstances, his opponent could not resist at all. The flower tiger turned its head and bit at Kong Shin-mu's back. This flower tiger's teeth were strengthened by the power of the earth. They were extremely destructive. With one bite, the black dragon's body was pierced through and blood flowed out. Kong Shin-mu did not make a sound. He used his black dragon body's dragon claws to press the flower tiger to the ground. His dragon teeth did not loosen and the devouring power continued to flow into his opponent's body. The two sides fell into a long tug of war. On the other side, Jiang Yuaning's Moonlight Star Dragon was entangled with the two flower tigers. On the other side, Kong Shin-mu was fighting alone. His devouring power constantly devoured his opponent's flesh, blood, and life essence. He also replenished his own lost strength and healed his own injuries. As the devouring power was activated, the flower tiger seemed to feel something was wrong. Its life force was rapidly depleting, much faster than when it was injured. This made the flower tiger bite even more ferociously. Under the ferocious bite of the flower tiger, Kong Shin-mu's black dragon body was soon riddled with holes. Boiling dragon blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire forest red. However, the strange thing was that even after suffering such heavy injuries, the black dragon did not die. Instead, his life force was constantly recovering. This was the terrifying part of the devouring power. As long as Kong Shinmu could not be killed in one go, the final winner would be him. Although the process was very painful, Kong Shinmu could bear it. If it were someone else, perhaps they would not have such a strong endurance. After all, the feeling of the divine dragon's body being constantly destroyed and restored was terrifying just thinking about it. Kong Shinmu could bear it purely because of his strong willpower. If not for that, he would not have been able to step into the Dragon Ascension realm at the age of 15 and transform into a divine dragon's body. Therefore, this special black dragon inheritance blood essence was quite suitable for Kong Shinmu. At least, Kong Shinmu had the heart to become stronger and the belief to become stronger, so he could persevere. As long as he was not instantly killed by his opponent, Kong Shinmu was not afraid of any attack, even if it was a violent storm, lightning, or thunder. As time passed, the devouring power became stronger and stronger. Under Kong Shinmu's devouring, the flower tiger became weaker and weaker. Its life force was depleting extremely seriously. As for the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into, he was seriously injured at the beginning, but as time passed, he became more and more energetic. The heavy injuries at the beginning were quickly healed by devouring his opponent's life force. Moreover, his opponent's attacks became weaker and weaker. Gradually, they could not harm the recovering black dragon's body. Under such circumstances, the flower tiger berserk was soon unable to hold on any longer. The flower tiger did not want to die just like that. When it realized that something was wrong, it began to roar, wanting to ask for help from its companions. Unfortunately, the other two flower tigers were held back by the Moonlight Star Dragon. Jiang Yuaning blocked them, not giving them any chance to attack Kong Shinmu. At first, the two flower tigers had blocked Jiang Yuaning, but the situation had been reversed. Everything was because of the change in the situation on Kong Shinmu's side. The three flower tigers had not expected that the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into would be so powerful that he could single-handedly defeat one of them to the point that it had to ask for help. However, it was too late to ask for help now. Jiang Yuaning was not a fool. Of course, she knew that if any of the flower tigers went to Kong Shinmu's side, everything would be in vain. With her ability, it would not be easy for her to kill the two flower tigers, but it would not be a problem for her to hold them back. The Moonlight Star Force poured down from the sky, forming a barrier that completely trapped the flower tigers, preventing them from supporting Kong Shinmu on the battlefield. As the aura of the berserk flower tiger that Jiang Shenwu had devoured with his devouring power grew weaker and weaker, Jiang Shenwu's body had already recovered to its peak state. Chapter 3793. When the second layer Earth Demon Berserk Flower Tiger was devoured to death by Kong Shinmu, the other two Berserk Flower Tiger Earth Demons were stunned on the spot. Even the third layer Earth Demon Berserk Flower Tiger did not expect such a situation to occur. That ordinary-looking black dragon could actually kill one of their companions in such a manner? Their companion was clearly a second heaven Earth Demon, which was one heaven higher than the mortal dragon. This was a situation that the two violent flower tigers did not expect. As soon as it appeared, they knew that the situation today was not good. It was basically impossible for the two ferocious flower tigers to defeat the two dragon martialists. After all, the two ferocious flower tigers could only fight to a draw with Jiang Yuaning when they joined forces. Now, with the addition of Kong Shinmu, they were no match for him. If it had been in the beginning, they would not have paid much attention to Kong Shinmu. Even though he had transformed into a dragon, he was just an ordinary black dragon. His physical strength was not strong, and his innate talent was definitely not strong either. Who would have thought that such an ordinary black dragon could actually kill an even stronger berserk flower tiger? As for the reason, the two berserk flower tiger earth demons could see. Although they could not sense the devouring power in Kong Shinmu's body, they knew that during the stalemate, Kong Shinmu must have absorbed some power from the berserk flower tiger to replenish his own strength and weaken the berserk flower tiger. This kind of method was very terrifying. As long as they could not kill Kong Shinmu in one fell swoop, he would always have the hope of turning the tables. Now, unless the two remaining berserk flower tigers attacked Kong Shinmu at the same time and killed him in an instant, Kong Shinmu was already in an invincible position. With Jiang Yuaning present, how could the two berserk flower tigers have such an opportunity? If they could not kill Kong Shinmu, they could only escape. Otherwise, Kong Shinmu and Jiang Yuaning could easily kill them if they joined forces. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, both Kong Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning could win and defeat their respective opponents. Therefore, under such circumstances, the two earth demons looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they turned around and began to flee. In the cave behind them, there were still many of the Flower Tiger's clansmen. However, they were not earth demons, so they could not interfere in such a battle. The two violent Flower Tigers turned around and ran. Obviously, they didn't want to take their clansmen with them. Otherwise, Jiang Yuaning and Kong Xinmu would probably make them stay. In that case, not only would they not be able to save their clansmen, but they would also lose their lives. Thus, they didn't hesitate at all. Even though it was very painful to leave their clansmen behind, for the continuation of their clansmen, they could only turn around and run. Seeing that the two violent Flower Tigers had turned around and fled, many of the younger generation of the Flower Tigers who were watching from the cave rushed out of the cave, wanting to follow them. This was because if they stayed, the entire clan would be completely annihilated without the protection of a powerful earth demon. Therefore, they chose to run out of the cave and chase after the two violent Flower Tigers. It didn't matter how many violent Flower Tigers could catch up to them and escape successfully. They wouldn't stay and wait for death anyway. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Jiang Yuaning and Kong Xinmu's targets were earth demon beasts. As for those who hadn't reached the earth demon level, they didn't care about them at all. In the next moment, seeing that the two violent Flower Tiger earth demons had turned around and fled, Jiang Yuaning took the lead in her divine dragon form and chased after them. Kong Xinmu transformed into a black dragon and followed behind Jiang Yuaning. Along the way, his dragon tail swept away many ordinary violent Flower Tiger demonic beasts. Those violent Flower Tigers that hadn't reached the earth demon level were basically seriously injured by a sweep of Kong Xinmu's dragon tail. They almost lost their lives. The Moonlight Star Dragon that Jiang Yuaning had transformed into soared through the Sky Drive forest. Along the way, her dragon body swept across the forest, breaking many giant trees and causing them to collapse. The two violent Flower Tiger earth demons did not choose to escape together. Instead, they fled separately. That way, they would have a higher chance of escaping. However, seeing that Jiang Yuaning and Kong Xinmu's divine dragon form completely ignored the ordinary violent Flower Tigers behind them and directly chased after them, the two violent Flower Tigers' moods immediately hit rock bottom. Obviously, they were Kong Xinmu and Jiang Yuaning's target. Although the violent Flower Tiger at the third heaven of the Earth Demon realm had a pair of wings strengthened by the power of the earth and could fly swiftly in the air, it was clearly not fast enough to compete with the divine dragon form. The explosive power of the violent Flower Tiger's wings was very high. It could instantly accelerate extremely fast, but it couldn't maintain it for too long. In the long run, Jiang Yuaning would eventually catch up to them. The two violent Flower Tigers fled separately and soon disappeared from each other's sight in the Sky Drive forest. Jiang Yuaning chased after the third heaven violent Flower Tiger Earth Demon, while Kong Xinmu chased after the second heaven violent Flower Tiger Earth Demon. The two divine dragons traversed through the dense forest for the two Earth Demons' demon cores. Because Kong Xinmu had stopped for a while to retrieve the demon core of the violent Flower Tiger Earth Demon that he had killed, he was slightly behind. However, the violent Flower Tiger Earth Demon that he was chasing could not fly. It only had strengthened its 4 strong limbs. Relying on its familiarity with the surrounding terrain, it sprinted ahead quickly. In terms of speed, it could not compare to Kong Xinmu's black dragon at all. "Stop right there!" Jiang Xinwu bellowed, the dragon's roar spread out, and the entire black dragon flew in front of the violent Flower Tiger, then swooped down. After breaking 2 giant trees, the dragon's claws had already tightly grabbed onto the violent Flower Tiger. The 2 huge creatures crashed into the dense forest. The force of the black dragon swooping down caused both of them to roll on the black dragon's ground for a long distance. Along the way, the scene was a complete mess. In the midst of the battle, the violent Flower Tiger's front claws, which had been strengthened by the force of earth, clawed at the black dragon's body, leaving many bloody marks on the black dragon's body. Kong Xinmu did not care at all. He only used more force to stab the violent Flower Tiger Earth Demon's body, and the devouring power began to condense in the dragon's claws. The devouring power was activated once again. The strange and overbearing power allowed the black dragon to tightly control the violent Flower Tiger Earth Demon. The violent Flower Tiger Earth Demon struggled incessantly, but it could not break free no matter how hard it tried. Even though the violent Flower Tiger Earth Demon's limbs were strong, It could not do anything against the black dragon and the devouring power. Chapter 3794. Kong Shinmu was becoming more and more experienced in dealing with earth demons. Without a doubt, an ordinary second-layer earth demon was no match for Kong Shinmu. Although Kong Shinmu would be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight, as long as Kong Shinmu found a chance to devour his opponent, he would be undefeatable. That was the case now. Previously, the Berserk Flower Tiger had been killed by Jiang Shenwu in this manner. Now, the Berserk Flower Tiger Earth Demon had once again fallen into a disadvantageous position. Kong Shinmu used his dragon claws to devour the life and blood essence of the Flower Tiger Earth Demon to replenish the energy in his body. Furthermore, the injuries all over his body were continuously recovering. The Flower Tiger Earth Demon was getting weaker and weaker, while the Black Dragon was getting stronger and stronger. Without any external interference, the outcome of the battle was basically decided. But at this moment, the aura of a mystical dragon suddenly came from a distance. This sudden aura of a mystical dragon was not one that Kong Shinmu was familiar with, so he was sure that it was not Jiang Yuaning. It must be another dragon warrior. This situation made Kong Shinmu vigilant. The Flower Tiger Earth Demon was not completely dead yet. If someone else came to interfere now, it would be hard to say what would happen. Obviously, the other party had sensed the aura of Kong Shinmu's Black Dragon and the dying aura of the Flower Tiger Earth Demon. That was why they wanted to rush over. As for the other party's motives, Kong Shinmu could not guess. But judging from the fact that the other party was alone, it should be at least a true dragon. If it was an ordinary dragon, it would not be able to move around alone in this sky-dry forest. It would be too dangerous and it would be difficult to hunt down any earth demons. If the true dragon's inheritor is here to snatch the demon core of the Flower Tiger Earth Demon, it won't be a good situation for me. As Kong Shinmu thought to himself, his devouring power surged out even faster, devouring the blood, flesh, and life essence of the Flower Tiger Earth Demon. Very soon, the Flower Tiger Berserk was on the verge of death. However, at this moment, Kong Shinmu was still unable to extract the beast's Yao Dan. At the same time, the aura of the mystical dragon approached from afar. It was already not far from Kong Shinmu and the Flower Tiger Berserk. Following that, a bolt of lightning came crashing down from the nearby forest. The purple lightning landed on the Flower Tiger's body without any hesitation. The tyrannical power of thunder and lightning directly killed the violent Flower Tiger that was on the verge of death. Then, a 300 feet long divine dragon, surrounded by endless thunder and lightning, appeared from the nearby dense forest. It quickly flew towards Kong Shinmu. Demonic core. Without any hesitation, Kong Shinmu tore the Flower Tiger's body apart with his black dragon claw and extracted the Earth Demon's demon core from within. He had been dealing with this Flower Tiger all along. Although the Thunder Divine Dragon had snatched the demon core away in the end, Kong Shinmu could not give it to the Earth Demon core. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party was still flying over, Jiang Shenwu had already cut open the belly of the violent Flower Tiger and extracted the Earth Demon's demon core from within. This second-layer Earth Demon's demonic core could increase the Grand Prince's Mansion's demon-slaying experience points by 2 points. It was very likely that these 2 points were the most crucial points. Brat, get lost. When the Thunder Dragon saw that Kong Shinmu had taken away the Earth Demon's demon core, it immediately roared angrily. A violent purple thunder rumbled out, instantly charring the surrounding jungle, and a burnt smell spread out. Upon hearing the other party's angry roar, Jiang Shenwu recognized who it was. This thunder dragon was actually Jiang Cheng from the southern mansion of the Jiang clan. He was also the fiancé of Jiang Xinyu, whom Kong Shinmu had killed previously. Jiang Xinyu and her lover Jiang Luo had been killed and devoured by Kong Shinmu. No one knew about this. If Jiang Qing knew about this, would he thank Kong Shinmu, or would he kill Kong Shinmu? No matter what, now that Jiang Cheng had turned into a true dragon and appeared in front of Kong Shinmu, it was impossible for him to attack Kong Shinmu. After all, this was the iron rule of the demon-slaying experience points. Whoever attacked one of their own would be disqualified from the demon-slaying experience points, and would even bring about a series of negative effects. Not only would it affect the person, it would also affect the mansion they were in. Therefore, the thunder dragon that Jiang Cheng had turned into only bombarded the surrounding jungle with endless thunder. It did not dare to directly attack the black dragon that Kong Shinmu had transformed into. This was the Thunder Dragon's demonstration to Kong Shinmu. Thunder-slaying true dragon? Kong Shinmu remembered that the true dragon's blood essence that Jiang Chang had obtained was called the Thunder-slaying true dragon. It could control the power of thunder, and its power was much stronger than that of Zhang Luo's. Even if the violent flower tiger wasn't on its last breath, it would have been killed by the endless thunderbolts of the thunder-slaying true dragon. Compared to Kong Shinmu's devouring power, the power of this thunder was much stronger. This was the difference between an ordinary dragon and a true dragon. The thunder dragon bombarded the surrounding jungle with the power of thunder, making Kong Shinmu feel an extremely strong pressure, as if he was in a thunder purgatory, and he could be bombarded by these thunder at any time. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the surroundings, causing Kong Shinmu to feel extremely heavy psychological pressure. However, he gritted his teeth and flew straight in the direction where Jiang Yuaning was chasing the flower tiger. In any case, Jiang Cheng did not dare to attack him, so there was no need for him to be afraid. Moreover, even if the black dragon really attacked him, Kong Shinmu might not lose to the black dragon. Right now, both sides were only at the first layer of the Dragon Ascension realm, and neither had cultivated any dragon martial skills. The gap between a true dragon and an ordinary dragon had not really manifested. If Kong Shinmu could devour the life essence of the black dragon, he still had a chance of winning. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Kong Shinmu was really not prepared to fight against a true dragon, but in this situation, he could only desperately resist. To be honest, Kong Shinmu's devouring power could devour earth demons and divine dragons, but only by devouring divine dragons could he improve the grade of his black dragon's blood essence. As for devouring divine dragons, Kong Shinmu still had some expectations in his heart. Of course, if the black dragon did not provoke Kong Shinmu would not have the idea of devouring the black dragon. But if the black dragon took the initiative to provoke him, then Kong Shinmu could not be blamed. Leave the monster core, otherwise the consequences are not something you can bear. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.